1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Recording in progress.
Пані та панове, я прошу займати свої місця в залі. Ми починаємо
Ladies and
буквально за кілька
gentlemen,
хвилин.
please take your
Прошу
seats.
сідати.
We shall start just in
3
couple of
хвилини
minutes.
максимум, я
Please sit
сподіваюся.
down.
І ми
I
почнемо
hope
нашу офіційну
it
частину.
will take
Будь ласка.
maximum 3 minutes and we shall take our official part.
Панове, ми починаємо буквально за 2 хвилини. Я прошу всі, чиї імена
Ladies and
вказані на
gentlemen,
перших
we
рядах,
shall start
займати свої
in
місця,
couple of minutes.
і ми будемо
Those
приступати
whose names are
до
in
відкриття
first
нашої
rows,
конференції,
please sit down, and
яка,
we shall
нагадаю,
start the
називається
opening
«Реформа
part of the
децентралізації.
conference,
Дорожня
which
карта».
is called
Будемо розгортати
Decentralization
цю дорожню
Reform
карту, але і
Roadmap.
це ліпше робити,
We shall
якщо
unroll
люди
this
будуть
roadmap,
сидіти.
but it is much better to do it when people are seated.
Прошу всіх підходити. Пані посол Сполучених Штатів іде. Пан посол
Ambassador
Японії
of the United
уже на місці.
States is coming. Ambassador of Japan is seated here
Прошу
already.
офіційній делегації не соромитися займати свої
I
місця.
ask members of official delegation to take their seats.
Офіційна частина почнеться за 1 хвилину. Прошу сідати.
The official part will start just in 1 minute's time. Please sit down.
Я сподіваюся, ми не замерзнемо у цій залі. Тут
I
прохолодно.
hope we shall not be cold, because it's not very warm in this hall.
Уже навіть тиша в залі запала. Зараз чекаємо ще одного.
It's already silence in the hall. We are now expecting one very important host who will open our conference. He is not on the list in the program, but this is because of security reasons. We rely upon organizers, and in case there is an air raid announced, we shall go to the shelter. It's no secret for anyone. The organizers will show you the way to the
І ми
bomb
виконуємо
shelter.
всі норми безпеки, передбачені.
And we shall fulfill all the requirements for security in the wartime.
Пані та панове, у мене організаційна пропозиція.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a logistical proposal. Many people have been registered, but they have not seen their names on the seats. You can move closer in the first row for the whole not to look like people are not interested in decentralization. So certain rows are prepared for those whom we are waiting.
О, так значно бадьоріше і веселіше.
It looks much better, more encouraging.
Отож, всі офіційні гості є. Я думаю, що ми можемо починати
All
нашу сьогоднішню
official guests are here. I think we can start our today's conference, Decentralization Reform Roadmap. We shall have a lot of discussions held today. Many words of gratitude will be expressed to partners and communities, but the biggest gratitude will come to the armed forces of Ukraine that make possible organization of this conference at all. And in the wartime, we can discuss decentralization reform. We can applaud to our armed forces.
І в пам'ять про загиблих наших захисників я
In
пропоную
commemoration of those who died, I propose to start with minute of silence.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Пані та панове,
Ladies and
я
gentlemen,
запрошую прем'єр-міністра
I
України
invite
Дениса
Prime
Шмигаля.
Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. Mr. Prime Minister,
Шановний пане віце-прем'єр-міністр, шановні народні депутати,
Mr. Vice Prime Minister, dear members of Parliament, esteemed ambassadors, diplomats, our esteemed
допомагав
partners,
організації сьогоднішнього
I welcome all those who helped to organize today's conference, dear
Надзвичайні
friends,
виклики
colleagues.
воєнного часу потребують нашої єдності.
Normal challenges of wartime require our unity, feeling of one team,
Бачимо в місцевому
mutual assistance, synergy,
української
mutual
державності,
efforts.
фундамент нашої стійкості.
This is the basis of Ukrainian state and hope for future of Ukraine in the group of free European peoples. We are thankful of those who work for consolidation and empowerment of our state. The war has changed our tactics, but has not changed our strategy. Decentralization remains on the agenda. This is reform for the future, for future numerous generations of Ukraine. Because of the war, decentralization requires special significance. Capability of communities will define tempo of restoration of Ukraine and growth of our state and our economy.
Переселенці додому. Чи
Where
буде
the
робота? Чи матимуть вони власне житло?
IDPs will come
Якою
back
буде перспектива для
Will they have their own home? What will be the prospects for them and for their and our children? We start giving answers to those questions right now. And key thing is the possibility of local authorities to think strategically and use all available opportunities. We are creating architecture of restoration and adding necessary reforms. We expect from communities ability to create realistic projects, to implement them, ability to work with international partners, take what they offer. Communities have included more than 1,000 agreements of international cooperation. I hope there will be more of that. the ability to increase human capital, to be human-centric. If community is attractive to people, it has the future. It's very important to focus your efforts on our victory. That's just what President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky spoke about. Very important now to find priorities. Our main priority is our victory. We should focus attention at our victory. And renovation of roads should happen. To repair the road, to clean the road is important every day. But huge renovation work, construction of roads should be postponed for the future. We should rather produce ammunition, weapons, what is needed for victory. A very important aspect that communities support business, local program for development, small and medium-sized enterprise, maximum deregulation, training and retraining of qualified staff, promotion of local products, reaching new markets. That will create favorable business environment, put the basis of local economy. But local nature of economy will be defined by production of what the front needs, what armed forces need. Therefore, what is important to promote such investment and develop such enterprises that first of all support our efforts to reach victory. Continuation of decentralization reform gives new possibility. We define clear competence and responsibility at all levels of authority, accountability, and no corruption at local level. The Innovation Ministry is now presenting the new roadmap of decentralization. Concrete steps with concrete deadlines, concrete tasks to improve existing administrative structure, restoration of local government at the occupied territories, engaging people to decision-making at local level, separation of powers between executive power and local self-government, and many other things. But of course, I want to reiterate, we should first of all focus on our unity. We should be very concentrated at projects, at things which enable our armed forces to get a victory in the war. Unity is the key word. We should all be united. Our government, local power, our partners, heads of communities, all Ukrainians. Dear friends, in Ukraine, simultaneously two processes are happening, decentralization and restoration, that mutually strengthen and empower each other. Due to decentralization, restoration will happen quick, and we see examples at local level. Due to restoration, communities become more powerful and successful. I sincerely thank all those who helped to move this track. Members of government, members of parliament, members of local government, special thanks of our partners, experts, human sector. We work together for restoration and creation powerful communities, the basis for flourishing Ukraine. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Prime Minister said that decentralization is very timely. It is especially timely because decentralization and development of communities is the basis for restoration and development of the country. And it's no chance that the topic of restoration of Ukraine and infrastructure is developed with infrastructure. I invite Mr. Alexander Kubrakov, Deputy Prime Minister for Restoration and Minister for Territories and Infrastructure. Dear Prime Minister, dear ladies and gentlemen, opening our conference, I want to express sincere gratitude to our partners for support that you are providing to Ukraine in this difficult time. I want to mention partners and projects that support decentralization. Due to them, today's conference became possible. First of all, USAID, ULEAD, UNDP, East Europe Fund, ESAID, Government of Japan, Government of US, Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, European Commission, and EU delegation in Ukraine. Thank you.
Today, our big team that believes that decentralization reform is one of the most successful in the country finds this day very important. Today we are presenting to you the roadmap for the implementation of the reform of local self-governments and territorial organization of power in Ukraine. I believe it's timely because we face many new legal challenges that have arisen during the war. The capacity and capability of the communities has modified, and also we now have different status of communities and Hromadas, such as the frontline or borderline communities and Hromadas, and there are many new challenges we need to face. The reform of local self-government and territorial organization of power helped us to get closer to the democratic society and self-governance, which is human-centered. Also, we now focus on the blocking of the logistic routes and the loss of human capital that we have to address. Ukraine has addressed the major challenges for the past 18 months, and the Ukrainian local Hromadas have proven their resilience. Therefore, even during the war, we did not plan to suspend that centralization. On the contrary, we needed to build the capacity of the regions and local communities through anti-corruption efforts, strategic planning, and continuation of decentralization. Our development partners are supporting us on that effort, and we initiated as the team of the support of Hromadas this effort, and this project has already covered dozens of local Hromadas. We previously had the reform support teams at the dedicated ministries. Now we have such reform support groups to support the Hromadas with the assistance of the international financial institutions. Financial capacity building and enhancement is another important effort. European Self-Government Party believes that local self-government is entitled for the adequate financial resources to be planned and allocated within their capacity. We are contributing to the possibilities of monitoring and management of local taxes to be able to align with the tax reform, and in the basis of all other policies we have digitalization and also the possibility to engage local citizens to decision making. We are working on this track, and this year we have passed several draft laws. This was the possibility to use the DIA application for the tax payment and management, and next year we will have more tangible decisions and solutions. Therefore, we are launching the PRIM project covering over 150 Hromadas. We can already see the projects applied. We can see the status and track the status of the projects under implementation, and I believe this is the relevant response to whatever activities we undertake. We are fully transparent despite the criticism. By the end of the year, the GIZ will also introduce the system for the monitoring of the development of regions and Hromadas. Thanks to the GIZ support, we will be able to implement the strategies of different levels that will help their transparent management and implementation. This GIS system will be an important step, and we are working on this project to collect the statistical data jointly with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, which will be instrumental for managerial decisions. Today we are going to see the presentation of important initiatives critical for the decentralization reform. 4298 draft law is a critical tool to help local self-government have more powers. And I can see the willingness to support the consensus version of this draft law to be passed in the near future, especially because this is in line with the European Charter of Self-Governance and the best practices of the EU member states. We have discussed this draft law with the key stakeholders, with the Hromadas, with the Office of the President, with the relevant ministries, with the regional military state administrations, with the key stakeholders, with the public, of course, and I do not see any serious contradictions. On the contrary, I can see the consensus about this draft law. We also prioritize the effort to divide the delegated and the own powers in the deoccupied territories in particular. This is an important step to enhance the capacity of self-government. We will present to you the roadmap of decentralization. We will have the informative panels focusing on important areas in this regard for the prospective future development of the reform, recovery, decentralization, and European future. I'm certain that today we will be able to align the further objectives in the implementation of self-governance report. With the joint effort of the legislative and executive powers and the all Ukrainian organizational levels of government bodies and various technical assistance projects, we will be able to implement the successful reform of local governments and territorial organization of power. Thank you for attention. Thank you to the speaker. Yes, indeed, it is very difficult to speak about the reform, not only that decentralization reform, without the support of international partners, especially the G7 effort presided by Japan this year has contributed significantly. Also through the Japanese Agency of International Cooperation, JICA, they are helping to Ukraine and to territorial Hromadas. And it is a pleasure for me to invite the Ambassador, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to Ukraine, Mr. Matsuda Kuninari. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the invitation for this welcome address during this event. Now I apologize, I will have to shift to English because my Ukrainian is not perfect yet. Your Ukrainian is great.
Now, decentralization reform is a very important challenge, but also opportunity for Ukraine. And we just heard very strong commitment by Prime Minister Shimihari, as well as Deputy Prime Minister Kubrakov. So today's conference, I have to say, on its roadmap of the decentralization is very timely. And as a chair of the G7 Ambassadors Support Group to Ukraine, I can assure you that G7 continue to support and work with Ukraine in this most important endeavor, and that is a decentralization reform. Now, in this context, we've been very encouraged by the government's strong commitment to decentralization. In fact, the Ministry for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development is developing a digital system called DREAM, which focuses on ensuring transparency related to reconstruction projects. And also, the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of Ukraine continue to be held on a monthly basis. I would say that the solution to any problem is always a close dialogue among stakeholders. And in these connections, I would say that the DREAM is actually the dialogue between the Ukrainian government and all the donor countries and partner organizations, as well as the Congress is truly the most important venue for dialogue between the central government of Ukraine and local governments. So it is always wonderful to see that close dialogue, and based on the close dialogue, cooperations among the stakeholders. Now briefly, I'll touch upon what Japan has been doing and going to do. Now recently, the ministry started to organize the programs which is going to provide the development to the local governments in terms of the capacity building and also institutional organizations. And in these connections, Government Japan, together with UNDP, has selected 10 local communities as a pilot project implementations. And we continue to enlarge our programs together with UNDP to try to cover entire Ukraine so that each and every community has a chance to review where they stand in terms of the capacity building with all the local government's employees, and second, good planning and implementation model for local communities, and third, this is last but not least, much closer cooperation between the central government and each and every local government. Now, in this connection, thank you very much for moderator to touch upon the JICA. Yes, finally, JICA Ukraine office has returned in a full-fledged capacity to Ukraine. So from now on, JICA and embassy, as well as some of the dedicated private sectors from Japan, continue to be physically located and work with all the partners in Ukraine, starting with the central government, local authorities, local governments, as well as the business sectors. And I also would like to share our own experience. Now, just imagine, after devastations in the wake of the World War II, how Japan succeeded in the recovery and reconstructions. There is no magic, but simply we put together central government and local governments work together. Now, after a series of natural disasters, one after another, earthquakes, typhoons, tsunamis, each time we Japanese people, again from local governments and the central governments, got together and listened to the needs of the ordinary people in the affected areas. And based on that needs from the ground, we make a good analysis and make a good planning and honestly implement it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you, based on Japan's experience, there is no such thing as a magic, but only two things: honest, sincere, and transparent efforts. Now, I'd like to conclude my welcoming speech by my favorite Ukrainian phrase, which I often reiterate. Razom, peremocha. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matsudo.
Момент важливості пан посол підкреслив у своєму виступі.
Fellow ambassadors, Ambassador Matsuda, you did great. Thank you. I'm going to be inspired by your Ukrainian. It's great to be with you today. Decentralization is most important and successful reforms since 2014.
$40 million directly given for emergency assistance we've provided since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion. And third, this money has supported the groundbreaking community consolidation process, creating over 1,400 new communities with democratically elected leadership and control over your own budgets. The United States is not alone in supporting you. Looking around this room, I can see how many of Ukraine's partners are standing with Ukraine to support these reforms, which enable communities at the local level to build resilience and prosperity throughout Ukraine. It's important for Ukraine's democracy and recovery to empower local governments to ensure they are effective, responsive, and capable of delivering services that citizens need. We, your partners, support the decentralization reform process in Ukraine, emphasizing building capacity for self-governance at the local level, which makes local governments more transparent and accountable to their citizens. Local governments that are free from corruption, have capacity for economic development, and engage their citizens will support Ukraine's prosperity and are an essential element of Ukraine's European future, your European future. And as you take these steps, and I can tell you, having just come back from Washington, having talked to my own local elected representatives, you will not only transform your country, but you will enable us, American citizens and American taxpayers, to continue to support you. I had many questions from many people across the entire United States representing their constituents about what's happening in Ukraine. What's going on with the reform process? Is there corruption? Is it a problem? And I, as the ambassador here to this great country, am answering those questions in the affirmative, that you are moving forward in a way that's enabling us to support you. And I just encourage you all along this process. Again, I want to specifically thank the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and his team, as well as Parliament, the Office of the President, and especially local governments and government associations that are here today to work together to find this European future and this important step. I also we are really proud as the United States to contribute to this decentralization. We too are a big country, and we struggle to figure this right balance. And so I know this is not easy. But I also want to thank USAID, my excellent team here, as well as Gabriel and the Hoverla team that's implementing support to this project. It's an honor to mark this step today and to continue to work together with you to help you achieve these reforms and advance your European choice. Дякую. Thank you.
Дякую, пані посол. Хороший був пасаж про багато запитань. Ми теж маємо багато запитань.
Thank you, Ambassador. There was a great remark about many questions coming. We also have many questions to ourselves, and thank you for supporting us in finding the answers to these questions. We will continue developing our democracy that will reduce the number of questions. Democracy is certainly developing on the local level, and engaging the citizens to participate in decision-making is important, which is also provided by the law. The Deputy Prime Minister was talking about the draft law 4298 that needs to be passed, and our European partners are helping us in drafting and developing this law, because we need to be aligned with the European Charter for Local Self-Government, and we are grateful to the Office of the Council of Europe for their support, who are helping us a lot. And I would like to invite Erland Falk, the Deputy Head of the Council of Europe Office in Ukraine. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for that, dear Mr. Prime Minister, dear colleagues, partners, dear participants. First of all, a very good morning to all of you, and a special thank you to the Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development for the excellent organization of this event. We have today with us representatives from a wide range of local authorities, central government, parliament, civil society, and I would like to take the opportunity before moving on to the topic of today to express my sympathies, but also my admiration for the resilience all of you are showing in the face of this extremely challenging situation caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. The Council of Europe was one of the first international organizations who took immediate action to respond to the violence and disrespect of European values and violations of international law by the Russian Federation, including Russia's expulsion from the Council of Europe in March 2022, several resolutions recognizing Russia as a terrorist state, and the establishment of the International Registry of Damage. Our current support to Ukraine is coordinated through our action plan called Resilience, Recovery and Reconstruction that will guide our work until the end of 2026. The action plan was developed in close consultation with Ukrainian stakeholders, including many present here in the room today. And the goal of the plan is to address both the urgent needs in times of war, as well as to help Ukraine continue reform processes in the areas of human rights, rule of law, and democracy based on European standards. And some of the key priorities under this action plan are related to the topic of this conference today, including local self-government reform, decentralization, and strengthening good democratic multi-level governance. The decentralization reform, as has been mentioned previously today, has been one of the more successful reforms in Europe and has led to the creation of bigger, stronger, and more resilient local authorities, which we saw was critical in resisting the war launched by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. From the Council of Europe side, we are proud to have been part of that reform process through many years of cooperation and support, and we plan to continue this under our current action plan. More recently, we are also proud to have launched the high-level dialogue on good democratic governance in Ukraine. This is a process that we started together with the government of Ukraine in Strasbourg in November of 2022, focusing on achievements, challenges, and the way forward in the post-war period. And one of the things that was discussed during this dialogue was that the further objective of the decentralization reform is to ensure effective functioning of the systems of local self-government in Ukraine in accordance with European standards and best practices, as well as providing high-quality public services to the people under martial law, as well as during the post-war recovery period. I also want to mention that this is also a very popular reform, with public support for the reform actually increasing during the period after the war. At the end of last year, 3 out of 4 respondents, so that's 75%, believe that the decentralization reform should continue. And from the Council of Europe side, we very much agree with recovery, where we highlighted that while the temporary measures of re-centralization are of course understandable while the war is still going on, they must not become a permanent feature of the local self-governance system. And for that reason, we very much welcome the Ministry's commitment to further continuing this very important reform process. And finally, I would also like to confirm the Council of Europe's strong support to Ukraine and its people, including our continued support to the decentralization reform during this period of active war and also beyond, meaning as long as it takes. So thank you very much.
Дякую. Коли ми говоримо про
Thank you. When we talk about ideal means and ideal objective decentralization reform, that means achieve sustainability of our towns and communities. In this case, our goals and objectives are in line with goals of UN global targets of sustainable development. Number 11 speaks about sustainability of cities and communities. I am pleased to invite representative of UNDP in Ukraine, Jaakko Silien. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear Prime Minister Smichal, Deputy Prime Minister Kubrakov, Excellencies, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by welcoming all the esteemed participants here at this very important conference today. I also want to celebrate the partnerships and spirit of support that we see here from everybody participating in this very important conference. It's great to see so many partners and so many people participating here today. The profound impact of the Russian invasion has indeed left a devastating memory here on Ukraine, and the casualties, widespread displacement and significant infrastructure displacement and damage has been astronomical. The achievements of decentralization reform therefore really replaces a key factor in Ukraine's resilience of the war. There is no power greater than the change that a community discovers when it cares about certain things. Integrated local recovery planning with natural priorities is a strategic imperative and ensures that all community efforts contribute cohesively to a country's overall trajectory and development pathways. There's really four components that stands in building back better and making sure that decentralization ensures constructive development. The first is really involving communities in their planning and future. People really support what they create, and I think this is the power of decentralization, that communities buy into what they help to create. The second is that horizontal integration needs to take place, which means between sectoral areas, there needs to be better integration, and people need to talk in a holistic and integrated way in forming and participating in solutions. Happen, which means bottom-up approaches need to be supported with top-down decentralized approaches, and this needs to find a very key balance in terms of planning processes. And the fourth is that the involvement of civil society and businesses need to stand centrally to the planning process. Finding the delicate balance between the decentralization and centralization of power is therefore really pivotal in nurturing Ukraine's green, just, and as we mentioned, sustainable recovery pathways. The future of decentralization in Ukraine is closely tied also to this country's path for joining the European Union. And Ukraine is indeed positioning itself very favorably for the EU accession with these very important processes. Let me end off by just saying how essential this process is, and I really want to recognize the pivotal role that the Ministry of Restoration is playing in this process, and together with their team is really leading a very important process. You can count on the support of the United Nations family and UNDP in this process, and I wish you all the best with moving this important process forward for the people of Ukraine and for the country itself. Дякую, thank you very much.
Дякую. У нас традиційно люблять покритикувати.
Thank you very much. Traditionally, many people love criticizing UN through Security Council, but talking about development program, we only thank United Nations for support and help to decentralization. Is one of the elements of our approach to European Union. This is one of the reforms included into program of EU administration in Ukraine. Please, the floor is yours.
Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Excellencies, I'm very honored to speak to you today for the European Union 3 days after the visit of President von der Leyen to Kiev, and 1 day before the publication in Brussels of the first enlargement report of Ukraine as a candidate country. And as President von der Leyen said on Saturday in Kiev, Ukraine achieved excellent progress in implementing the agreed reform steps in the context of enlargement, and I think tomorrow will be an important day and milestone in that respect. Decentralization is often called a signature, a flagship reform for Ukraine. We tend to take it for granted today, but I think we need to bear in mind that several years ago it was actually quite a visionary choice in a region marked by post-Soviet centralist tradition. It was back then by no means an obvious choice, but one that over the years has produced excellent results as a driver of social and economic reforms, but also we have seen and admired how Ukrainian municipalities and communities have become, over the last year and a half, pillars of Ukrainian resilience. The European Union has supported, together with G7 and other international partners, decentralization politically and operationally via our You Lead with Europe program. For us, decentralization matters at least in 3 different ways. First, it's a question of good multi-level governance, which will help Ukraine to meet the so-called Copenhagen criteria essential for EU accession. Secondly, decentralization is an excellent example of linking recovery with reforms in an accountable and transparent manner. We have seen Ukrainian regions as economic powerhouses, and it will be important to advance in that direction, including local authorities, which will also be a very important component of the Ukraine plan that we are jointly in the final stages of preparing, and which will be the basis for the 50 billion EU support package. Thirdly, regarding regional development, which is an important part of EU policies and will help the local level in recovery and help Ukraine preparing in its pre-accession and accession path. Today's roadmap will, of course, not exist in a vacuum. It will consist in a political framework, including enlargement recommendations, the Ukraine plan, and it will help guiding the recovery process. It will have to be aligned with other important governance reforms, public administration, public financial management. And while a lot has been achieved, there are still important reform steps ahead. And let me assure you that the European Union will continue to be a very active partner in helping you, supporting you, advancing this reform on the way to Ukraine's European future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Дякую, пане Штефане. Уже
Thank
дуже
you,
багато сьогодні
Stefan.
було сказано про те, що
A
децентралізація
lot has
потребує
been
спільних зусиль.
mentioned
І разом
today
ми
that
беремо
decentralization
про спільні
requires
зусилля
joint efforts,
центральної
and
влади, місцевої влади,
working together we
зусилля
shall
України,
overcome.
наших партнерів країн,
What was meant that joint efforts of central government, of local government, of Ukraine and international organization, but in Ukraine it requires joint efforts of different branches of power, executive and legislative, because decentralization requires new laws, even changing the constitution. I invite Olena Shulak, head of Committee of Verkhovna Rada of Development of Power, Local Subgovernment. Good morning, esteemed Prime Minister, Vice Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, representatives of local self-government, partners, experts, representatives of civil society, of course, full-fledged invasion suspended active work on decentralization reform. For us, in the forefront came the issues how to increase military capability of our country. But I want to assure you that our profile committee never stopped legislative work on implementation of decentralization reform. When talking about decentralization, first of all, they mean two things. First, transfer great number of powers and budget from central authorities to local government. In sense of transfer, it looks like easy to transfer closer to people, to local councils, funds, that they provide high-quality services, education, healthcare, and others. And today I want to focus attention not on this, but maybe other important aspect of decentralization reform. Our roadmap that will be presented today should pay special attention to this aspect. How, for our people, for residents of communities, find their place under the sun in decision-making process taken at the local level, how they can control the decision, how can they participate as much as possible. Now in committee that I chair, we are working on draft law 7273 with the help of civil society, that will introduce people's power at local level. Its main objective, how to ensure effective cooperation between the residents of community and representatives of local government. We believe that residents of community should have as many instruments as possible how to influence authority, local referendum, different local initiatives, electronic petitions, and mandatory participation in distribution of funds of local budget, civic assessment of work of local government, and the possibility to take part in advisory and consultative bodies at local government. As of today, only 30% of our territorial communities have approved statutes. As soon as they will have their statutes approved, that will make possible to use all this instrument, how to control local power and participate in the works of local self-government. The Parliament, our committee in particular, should make our work in a quality manner. We have draft law on local self-organization body and draft law on public consultations that civil society expects for a long time. To show that public consultations are important and one should not fear to conduct such public consultations. We are now holding public consultation to discuss it with local residents, with local authorities, the central authorities, how compensation mechanisms should work better. Compensation mechanisms that allow 1,000 Ukrainian families to get compensation for ruined or damaged housing. Recently, we implemented other initiatives regarding possibility of people take active part in quality and effective service of e-restoration. 30% of members of commission at local government bodies, according to new resolution, should be representative civil society organizations.
The work of commissions at the local self-government bodies, it is an important mechanism and leverage to prevent any abuse and also to make sure the service is closer and more efficient for the citizens. And also, when we talk about the possibility to impact the decision-making of central and local authorities, which is the DREAM platform, has been mentioned today already. And we are taking part in the working group to make sure that the DREAM platform is consolidated and enshrined in the law as the mandatory platform to use. And also, I need to say a couple of words about the law that has been already signed by the President about the allocation of the State Fund of Regional Development budget to make sure that the decisions on the voting could be administered via the DIA app. Although this fund does not have the funds allocated for 2024, in any case, I believe it is a revolutionary mechanism that has been enshrined in the law for decision-making. In each oblast, the central and local budgets will cover the development projects that will be voted by the citizens with the help of the DIA app. We believe this is the great opportunity for communities to select the projects and to set the track of development for their own territories. It looks like very clear, understandable and transparent, but we still had a certain opposition and resistance in the room. But I will continue my commitment to support that effort, because decentralization is always about enhancing transparency and publicity to mitigate the corruption risk. To conclude, I would like to reiterate that our important objective is to create as many as possible relevant and tangible tools for democracy so that citizens could participate in the recovery. We are going to use all of the possible channels, and we're going to keep them open for anyone willing to join these initiatives and to support us. This is the key of decentralization, to make sure that the voices of the communities are heard and that the people make the actual decisions and monitor their implementation and enforcement. Thank you. To make sure that the voice of Hromadas can be heard in Ukraine and also beyond in the European Union, since we aspire to become the member of the EU, we need to be compliant with the requirements to be able to speak the language of the European Union in all senses. Therefore, I would like to invite to take the floor Ms. Olga Stefanishina, the Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine. Good morning, Mr. Prime Minister, dear colleagues. Thank you, Alexander, for your encouragement. I hope everyone can see me here. I'll be brief. I can see here many representatives of the regions and of civil society, many ambassadors of many countries, and also I can see many familiar faces of the people who tangibly contributed to the decentralization reform and to bring success to it. We have the amendments to the law providing for the decentralization of power, also the financial decentralization, for several years now. And for all of these years, we have been supporting the high success level of this reform, which does not even raise any questions. We have been demonstrating the commitment to the principles of decentralization for all of that time. It is very important to note, because tomorrow we are in for the resolution of the European Commission and their decision that will be vital for the next steps for our EU membership, opening of the negotiations. Of course, I'm not in the position to reveal all of the aspects of this decision. However, the decentralization process has been recognized as some of the most successful efforts in the context of the war as well. Decentralization was enhanced by the full-scale war. Since February 24 last year, none of the regions of Ukraine have shown anything but resilience, even those regions that had to suffer from the occupation. The only thing we need to focus now to provide for the continuity of this change. Thank you, Olena, for the legislative initiatives that were presented to the Parliament. They are important to be passed. Since I was invited to participate in the panel we're going to have today, I would like to highlight important aspects I would like to talk about digitalization of the processes in the country, in the regions and locally that contributed a lot to decentralization. International partners ultimately shifted their focus to the regions, not only Kiev and central authorities, but also the Hromadas on the grounds. Today, even the small Hromadas and also the big regions, capitals, projects have a chance. There is the contribution in the infrastructure development projects, and all of the UN funds are working in all regions of Ukraine, also in the deoccupied regions, and their number increases every day. Today, the entire world can see the entire territory of Ukraine, which is a huge change. This year, Ukraine will join some of the major programs, Interact Europe, which will allow us to participate in the projects in Europe and also to develop project proposals on our own jointly with the regions and to rely on the funding from the European Union. Our track to the European Union and opening of the negotiations, this is also something that makes us shift to another track of the regional policy development. Today we have the close link between the central authorities, we have the interaction with the twin cities, but we do not have enough capacity at the moment to be able to work with the EU Commission's funds that could significantly exceed the budgets available for the regions today only from the Ukrainian central budget, especially given the deficit of that budget during the war. By the end of the year, we will start the preparation to the negotiations about EU membership. We continue our effort to engage the programs for 50 billion as part of Ukraine facility, but unfortunately during the war these funds will be allocated to cover the budget deficit mostly. As of today and compared to the recent years, we have joined all of the possible programs that open up the funding opportunities for the regions. The programs that I have already mentioned also open new opportunities. Also with the neighboring states such as Romania and Slovakia, we have the bilateral agreements about the access to the EU structural funds. These funds are accessible. All the political agreements about their access to them have been completed. We only need the capacity of our regions. We can see today that the regions that used to be proactive and used to build their capacity by themselves, they are capable today to make use of the funding, especially the funding that cannot be covered by the central budget at the moment for their projects. We can see the successful projects responding to the war challenges related to the interaction between central and local authorities. Over the entire territory of Ukraine, we have established over 24 of centers for support of the local population over the past year to support regional level, district level, and the local level authorities to help the people affected by the war, to provide to them the assistance as part of the international protocols in the cases of physical violence, sexual violence or torture. This is the good case to show the coordination success. And I would like to express my gratitude to all of the representatives and heads of the authorities on different levels who facilitated the provision of that assistance. I would like to highlight that a very important aspect in the transformation of our country implies continuation. We cannot stop, and this is what we expect from the Commission tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Olga, Mr. Tanishina. You are very good at intriguing us. We are looking forward to hearing tomorrow's decision. Thank you to everyone who was speaking during this welcoming part, and we are grateful to Mr. Shmyhal, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, he will have to leave us for other important engagements. And now we will shift to the important gem of this day. We have Alexandra Zarkina, the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Communities and Development of Infrastructure, and we will have the presentation of the important reference points, and we will also have the possibility to ask questions. I will use this opportunity the first, but then you will join. Thank you. It is a great honor for me to present the result of the joint effort, because the decentralization roadmap was made possible due to the effort of the Ministry, of the government, the dedicated parliamentary committee, and the experts from civil society. In order to finalize that document, we had 2 strategic sessions and 4 theme-based, very complicated consultations to reach the consensus about our further steps. This document is the flagship document for our team, because we all realize that the centralization reform has happened already, but it is not complete. We understand the constitution-related challenges, and there are important draft laws to be discussed, but the philosophy of our team is that we can see the opportunities and the action possibilities to make this reform deeper. We would like to see the deeper penetration of that reform, not only down to the local self-governments, but further to the citizens. When we talk about the focus of the available priorities, we need to start with a discussion of the question about how we would like to see the communities. It's capable, rich, inclusive, and integrated. I would like to focus on each of these blocks to demonstrate our vision for these priorities. What is the capable community? This is the definition that has been included in all of the possible related draft laws that made decentralization possible. Today, we would like to shift the focus to the capacity of hromadas, not only related to recovery, but generally to development. We are deeply convinced that we need to talk about the update of the methodology for defining the capacity of territorial communities. We would like to enhance the communities and offer them the relevant leverage. The reality of the war brought another focus of the deoccupied hromadas. We need to talk about the methods of resuming the governance in the deoccupied territories, shifting to the normal functioning of local self-government bodies after the administration of military state administrations. And here we started talking about the peculiarities of resuming public authorities in the deoccupied territories. Usually there are at least several partners for the local communities, and on this difficult path we are able to get access to the best of expertise and best practices from other worlds. But we also realized that there are few countries who were taking the same road when you have to ensure all of the democratic processes and decentralization of power when the war comes in the way and brings other challenges. We need to continue supporting the subsidiarity principle. We need to review the powers of local self-government and executive powers in line with the European Charter of Self-Governance. The communities actually have become the units that took the first blow of the war, among other things, but also we need to emphasize that the communities need to be the leaders of reconstruction and recovery. Leadership without competence, without the powers, and without responsibility is going to stay the declarative embellishment only, but we need to make sure that the communities have the actual capacity to be the leaders. I will be resorting very much to the important tools that will be helping us in all steps of these processes. These are digital tools, and all the digital effort offers the additional leverage for communities. We mentioned the DREAM system today. It's not only about the management of recovery. This is a specific instrument that helps communities manage their investment portfolio. What is more, thanks to such tools and leverage mechanisms, we will be able to enable the data-based decisions. If all decisions are taking not only with the political motivation only, but based on the verified and reliable and complete data, that will be the success. Our team is relying on the important updated data. This will be an important aspect for further deepening of decentralization report. When we enable the communities to manage and administer the data on a quality level and to have the data-based decision-making, this is going to produce the high-quality decisions. Today we are going to discuss the specific digital tools. We will see the importance of the GIS system monitoring the local development and the municipal statistics collection instruments. I was talking about the important leadership role of the communities, and we will enhance that track. It is something that can be supported by the relevant laws that need to be passed. Not mentioning many aspects in this regard, such as the salaries for the staff. Many people in this context like to refer to this proverb of Ukraine: why are we foolish? Because we are poor, and why we are poor? Because we are foolish. But this is the important focus to highlight our intention to make sure that each community in Ukraine is wealthy. How do we achieve this? Of course, in line with the general economic development of our country, but we also realize that the economic recovery would start from the level of communities. We need to focus on the enhancement of financial capacity of communities. And these are simple decisions to make. They are practical decisions, but they are instrumental in the enhancement of financial decentralization. Hromadas need to function not only thanks to the support of the Fund for Regional Development, but also thanks to the at least partial management and administration of local taxes. We need to eliminate the gap and disproportion between the loans that will be required for local communities and the actual funds they could manage. This accessibility of funds should go beyond the paper, but also get down to the practice within the development projects, within the projects we are discussing, within the recovery plan for Ukraine. And the decentralization reform needs to rely on recovery and the EU integration. We also highlight that we need to review the system of allocation of the Regional Development Fund. And this approach is quite widespread in other EU member states, such as location-related allocation of funds. We have these important projects supported by USAID, by ULEAD, Hovarla, Salar, and others, and they are focusing on that aspect and considering various scenarios. We also need to take inventory of the tax base and to study the specific cases for local taxes. And we need to understand the solutions on the basis of that to enable the wealthy communities, which shall be directly related to the strategy-making process. Today, it is an important momentum when we can enhance this effort of strategizing to help develop the communities. I'm very happy to see the communities who are already able to take a different lens on their development using the tools that have been offered. We also focus on various formats, other formats such as urban agglomerations and others that could enhance cooperation between different communities and different local self-governments to support, help each other. Another important focus is about the inclusivity in the communities. Jointly with the government and the Office of the First Lady, we are promoting that effort to talk about the barrier-free approach in all of the possible aspects. And we believe we can already start working on the recovery policies with this regard. The recovery in itself could become an important therapy tool for our society. We need to incorporate the solutions and decisions to engage the citizens, to participate and contribute to the development of the country, to the construction of the country. Many experts say that it is very difficult to compete with the countries that have welcomed our citizens today. However, we should understand how important the joint effort is. And this is the only way to success. That's why we are talking about a human-centered approach in the physical infrastructure and in decision-making.
We should engage people into instruments of local government. Digital instruments are important. We already used digital voting through DIA. We developed an EDEM system, electronic democracy system. All legislative initiatives that Parliamentary Profile Committee has also can provide digital implementation. We have possibilities for community development through digitalization. Then transparent community. Kubrakov mentioned a draft law. That is a draft law due to which we can open absolutely new field for activity to empower local self-government. When we say that Ukraine is one of the countries of European Union that doesn't have the proper system of supervision of a process of taking decisions by local self-government. This is also a problem for self-government itself. They cannot be protected by law in the proper way. Here we see new prospects. My colleagues will speak later about that. How instruments of decentralization could be used for that. When we conducted consultations, how this supervision system could work, we mentioned a very simple thing. At least the register for decisions of local self-government should be established. And local self-government should be given maximum range of instruments for them to easier to work with. To make decisions coming from the top in a systematic database. Here we see also prospect for enhancing competence of local level. Artificial intelligence system should be used. Territorial community should be engaged to development of key regional policies. We have proper draft laws. We have projects on that mentioned here already. We want to make projects which will be strategic from top down and to develop it from down top. Even during the time of war with Russian Federation, there were a lot of projects initiated by community. We talk about fighting corruption. Jointly with UNDP project, we are developing competences for communities how to prevent corruption. These are policies aimed at protection of local government. The more perfect your policy is that will prevent corruption, the stronger you will be. And that is the issue of national interest, national security. We talk about separate issues of administering territorial structure. Many things have started, but it's important to finalize things mentioned in the roadmap. We must finalize all these processes. Therefore, finalizing the fight of reform in the constitution of Ukraine is very important. First of all, of course, we should finish the war with our victory, but we must now already start thinking about it to ensure sustainability of the reform. And last slide that I want to show, having the vision of development of the community, which is powerful, which is inclusive, which is rich, we must see how policies of Euro integration and our reforms are interconnected. Now, due to the fact that our communities have possibilities to work directly with international technical assistance projects, is very important. Nobody has doubts about our European future, but we understand how huge homework is. So thank once again all those who were engaged in development roadmap, and I'm thankful to those who will help us to implement it. We shall synchronize this process with the plans of development of Ukraine, with the strategy of regional development, but I'm sure that the next step, next year will be decisive to make more powerful communities and communities become leaders of recovery. Thank you, Alexander. While I was listening to your presentation, I had the feeling that all should be done immediately and simultaneously. But in condition of war, resources are limited. If you were supposed to choose one priority of decentralization based on this roadmap, which one would you choose? For me, the biggest priority is financial capability. Different analyses prove that, which were made by technical assistance project and the ministries. Communities got powers, they got financial resources. Communities together with us are learning how to work properly in the conditions when powers are not separated, but we have not achieved one thing. We have not learned how to earn money. Not all communities realize that they are capable to earn money. Numerous financial instruments were for years connected rather with social development, building schools, kindergartens. But one should learn how to earn money and be economically viable. The block that I mentioned, connected with the proper administering or monitoring of taxes at least, learning how to work with the loans. This is the block that together with the reformed income tax system will allow communities to realize how to work with them. Here, tourist development is important, so I work with tourist tax, how to improve it to facilitate tourism development. Otherwise, what Prime Minister Stefanishina spoke about, we shall hardly dream about having these funds. Important is to proper financially viable project. Probably because after our conversation and question and answers session, there will be discussion. What is strong community? What is financial viability? It's clear. But when you could choose the most difficult point of this roadmap to implement, financial viability is good, but which point you need biggest effort? Project 4298, that is implementing system, communities of prefecture type. Before we didn't have any supervision, now there will be new system of supervision. But I must say that our team got consensus, but that moves us to great number of new tasks, how to separate these powers. These things are not regulated with legislation. In one sphere, powers are separated. In other sphere, powers are separated differently. There is level rayon administration. If, as regards legality, it's understood why it is needed, but as regards rayon, many things are not clear. Next block, we talk a lot about local self-government, but much should be done for regional self-government. This is also a very important block. But while this thing is not done. Broad range of stakeholders discuss it, nothing will happen. I remember that as regards prefects, changes to constitution should be made. We're working with a draft law that will enable this mechanism. Constitution needs in the end to finalize all that. That first draft law to separate powers, and the constitution will be needed in the end, and God help us, that will happen. Then we shall come to normal local self-government and public power, while we are now working in conditions of war. We must conduct a lot of discussions, having a lot of platforms for discussions of different stakeholders. The conflict is natural, but before we agree, nothing will be changed. So we should talk and come to agreement. What is the role of different associations and bodies of local self-government in development roadmap? Traditionally, people say, oh, it's a great role, but can you describe it? In each panel, we shall have representatives of 4 associations of local self-government. All Ukrainian associations of local self-government, they present their position. But what is important for me, to get their feedback. About 40 proposals and amendments were offered by them. We didn't have any basic contradictions, but devil is in the details. When we start discussing, for instance, income tax positions are different concerns of communities, how the system will work. There are such nuances. But I believe that if our argument, not only political motives, but proposals are based on concrete data, municipal statistics, is important that arguments will be very concrete. You started from saying that in conditions of martial law we have certain challenges. And as I heard it, main concentration should be at military administrations, not everywhere properly elected local government bodies indeed. What I'm interested in, according to data of the ministry in Ukraine, we have about 5 million internally displaced persons. They moved from their communities to other communities. What are their rights? Millions of people interested. Are they included in the roadmap? Yes, they are. Important is to work Ministry of Digitalization, to work with people not only where they are registered, but where they really reside. We take into account how many local residents and internal displaced person the community has. Criteria are defined, whether they decide whether this or that community is territory for recovery. And one of the important factors is IDPs. Here I always mention Kharkiv region, which is a champion of IDPs number, unexpectedly. But problems that communities face in different regions, they require different policy from the state. Therefore, this is more connected with instruments of local policy. For us, important is to review the strategy, taking into account type of territory. Thank you. I promise not to abuse my right to ask questions, so I give participants the chance to ask questions. There are many questions. Good morning, I welcome you. I am expert of platform on health of all Ukraine territorial communities. My question is about health. You mentioned human capital many times, but the word health never mentioned. In your speech, in the roadmap, nothing is mentioned about health. When talking about financial capacity, human capital, healthy human community must ensure this financial capability. I want to know, if we rely on Ministry of Health, of National Health Service of Ukraine, I'm convinced that without joining all stakeholders in decentralization reform, we should not resolve this issue. There were representatives of Cabinet of Ministers, Committee of Parliament present here. We have the law that came into force from October 1st about fundamentals of public health, and there are certain commitments of local government and communities. But I must say that there are no instruments to manage the health of residents. Local government doesn't have it. I want it to be mentioned somewhere. Today in the program, I haven't saw it. No speaker mentioned health or healthcare. Thank you for your questions. The answer to your question is hidden in two items of roadmap. First, it is connected with the thing that the key duty of community is provide access to basic services. And here we see this capability. Second, separation of delegated powers and their own powers. But here we should work with sectoral ministry. Now we define priorities. How we shall take this huge number of delegated and their own powers and separate them and work with sectoral ministry. Ministry of Education will be number one. Now discussions on educational subventions started, how to make it in a more fair way. Similar discussions should regarding healthcare systems. I promise you next discussion will be on that. Thank you. There was a question there. Now they will give the mic. Alexandra, maybe I didn't hear attentively, but I didn't hear the mentioning of the law on the capital city, Kyiv. Kyiv is the only city that doesn't have local government, and state authority as such is just a slap in the face of decentralization that provides for separation of powers of the state and local government. Thank you sincerely. I didn't dare to put it on the slide, but we have this item in the roadmap text. In your badge, there is a QR code on the back side, and you could read the text. When we discuss it and will come to approval by government, still you can provide us proposals. I have a certain degree of optimism. We have consensus how to decide it, but still it could be resolved. I am association from Rayon and Oblast councils. We talk about roadmap, about the draft. What is the role of Rayon and Oblast council? Thank you for your questions. It's a difficult question. Once again, I can come to separation of government, our delegation power and their own power, but I agree with you. We shall draft proper changes to constitution, and that will be an open question. What is important for me, there is consensus about the role of Rayon level in ensuring administrative supervision over legality of decisions of local government. As regards of broader questions, service provision, we should strengthen the work that communities take the functions. Only big process just started. Look what the situation in different regions. It could be very different. And the war produced even more challenges. With the absence of even formal powers, the war interfered and deprived of many of them. More questions? Then I have my last question in this session. Since we have many representatives of different countries, different organizations that help us, which biggest help from our partners you need for realization? What you need most? No exaggeration. Decentralization reform would never happen if we didn't have such serious expert support. This is a huge community devoted to reform, that believes in this reform. and didn't allow it to stop at any moment. And talking about the stage that we are in now, that communities must be leaders of recovery, that we should preserve all achievements of good governance, even in wartime, I address all donors with a request, please send your experts to local level. Vice Prime Minister Kubakov mentioned our initiative support of communities. We work with numerous projects, including those present here, to create such teams. Consultations, trainings, this is very important. But now, in this hard time, one should demonstrate our presence at the local level. And before we stand shoulder to shoulder, working together with communities, helping them to make even simple decisions. Sometimes community A cannot engage payment because there was nobody to write letter to donor in English. So they need a bright English-speaking leader to engage it. In fact, I repeat again, this is very important, that there is expert presence at local level. That helped, or maybe saved, government of Ukraine after Euromaidan, and helped to make Euro reform quickly. Before we do it at local level, many things that we are talking about, including digitalization, anti-corruption, risk to remain on paper. Thank you. Alexander Zarkinin, Deputy Minister of Community Territories Infrastructure. And then we shall continue the most important part, financial capability. What is strong community, financial availability, and local development? This is discussion.
And I would like to invite Natalia Gnedyuk to take the floor, who is the advisor to the Minister for the Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, good morning. I think our next discussion is going to be extremely difficult to have, considering the topic we would like to discuss. Therefore, I would like to invite the panelists, the representatives of the Association to join. For this panel discussion, we will also have the representative of OECD joining us online. Also, I would like to invite the head of the Opishnya village community, Mr. Mykola Riznik. While we are resolving the technical issues, I would like to start the discussion. Today, during the welcome addresses and in the presentation of Mrs. Zarkina, we have heard multiple times that Ukraine requires to have strong communities as never before. And here I would like to specify that there should be the strong community in which regard? The financially capable or financially capable plus more features? Maybe we would add more aspects to this concept. I would like to take this opportunity of the members of this panel, because we have the representatives of the association, the National Association of Communities, with over 880 members as of today, as an important stakeholder. So please, Mr. Ivan, tell us, as a representative of the association, what is your take on the concept of the financially capable community or strong community? Thank you very much. I think we should start from the general to more specific things. I would start with the definition of the strong community. Strong community has the resources, but not only, I mean the financial resources, but it is also about the community with a strong human capacity, because people are instrumental in the development of communities. Today, this issue is extremely pertinent because of the war and because of the forced displacement of people. And there is the shortage of staff in the local self-government. When we talk about the financial capability, we mean money in the first place. But the question is, about other resources and other channels to get more money to the communities, to enhance the functions, to enhance the capacity, to improve the quality of services and the quality of life in the communities. We believe there are the channels available. First of all, this is the tax, which is the basis for local self-government in other countries, which is the natural person's income tax. And I'm very happy to have this discussion now. And I had a lyric question because over the past 18 months of our interaction with the communities, we have heard certain skeptical positions from them because of the war, because of the decentralization, or rather centralization during the war, which was the inevitable step. But decentralization was trying to take this opportunity to evolve. And since we are presenting the roadmap for decentralization today, this is also a sign that we have a certain position, a certain stance. We are looking forward to the victory in the war, but we also understand that decentralization will be gaining momentum. Now, getting back to the financial capability, the discussion with the Regional Development Fund actually was based on this shift with the military tax, and it's a natural consequence, even though we have had this issue before. We are the second country after Romania where this tax is paid at the place of registration of the businesses rather than at the place of registration of residence of the citizens. The decision has been passed for the second option recently, and now it's the registration of residents. There are internal discussions about this within the association because some people object, and there are reasons for that, because heads of community, for example, such as Opishnya village community, who are attracting the investors, which is the natural process, they are claiming they will have no motivation to work with businesses. Of course, there is certain rationale behind, and our response to that would be that some share of the income tax could stay in the communities. But when we talk about the roadmap for decentralization, and the representative of the ministry said today, and also yesterday, we had a lively discussion about the change of concept for this tax. This is an important contribution to the roadmap for decentralization, and we are happy about this. For us, one of the associations of the local self-government, they are also supporting that position. Do we have other resources to spare? Of course we do. We believe decentralization is not complete yet. Several million hectares of forest are not properly managed by the communities at the moment, and the land tax for these communities that have the forest, it does not meet the needs of today. Also water resources, the industrial fisheries, etc., other aspects that are to be reviewed to provide for the financial capability. I'm sorry to interfere at this point, but as far as I understand, you fully support the approach that was suggested by Alexander to enhance the financial part, right? But when we talk about the capable community, you raised an important aspect that has been mentioned in relation to the local taxes. This is the efficient management of available resources in the communities. That's correct. We attended the early strategic sessions when they launched the development of this roadmap, and I believe our proposals have been taken into account. As to administration, we believe this is an issue still today, because land tax and property tax are not properly administered, because we believe this is the resource that still has the unused potential. There is not enough motivation to work with this kind of tax. There is not enough access to databases for the communities, which disables the communities in the planning. They only use the forecast, not the actual cash flow numbers. Therefore, more powers for the communities will always be supported by us. We have mentioned the loans for for village communities today. We believe this is discrimination, and we believe that these aspects could improve the financial capability of communities. Let's also focus on the loans, not only to the villages, but also to townships and city communities, and this will eliminate the discrimination, of course. And there are other sources for financial growth coming from international assistance. We are treading our way to the EU integration, and we are probably in for the Ukraine facility soon, and other programs of the European Union, and the communities need to learn to write project proposals and to submit their proposals, to be able to work with the donors, to engage those resources, because I believe the capacity building should be enhanced in this regard as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your position. I would like to shift the focus of our panel discussion, though, and pass the floor to Mr. Yuri Hanushchak. I know you have the presentation to be demonstrated on the screen. Shall we take a look at the slides? Can we have the clicker? While we are resolving these technicalities, I would like to ask you the following question. In addition to the issues and challenges that have been listed today by Ms. Azarkina and Mr. Slobodyanek, what other issues shall the Ministry for Recovery focus on together with the partners to increase the financial capability of communities to eventually have this understanding of stronger communities? Well, you know the major issues, obviously, and you could read them quickly. But now let's talk about what we should rather have in order to have the best case scenario. So this is how the requirements look like for the system of local finance. We need to have the lower disproportion, and the best parameter would be that we would have at least 50% after alignment. Now we have 3 times higher. Yes, indeed. This solution related to the place of registration of residence per person would be relevant. And also the difference between plan and fact should be not higher than 5%. When we were first making the decision about this fund, this is exactly the solution that we were considering. Therefore, I strongly oppose to the income tax attached to the local residents and others, the VAT, excises, etc. It's not related to the territory or location. When we have the equal distribution of the taxpayers in the territory, it's another position that would help stabilize the income. We need to understand what the local sub-government charter says. The money follows the powers. It never works like when we give money to you and then you can enjoy it as you wish. The Ministry of Finance would certainly add more powers that are not supported by the money. They will say you have a lot of money, you have the possibilities and opportunities and so on. And they have already included these provisions in the budget code when it says they could finance whatever if you have money. And then the law enforcement would come and inspect. You were allowed to finance that, and then you must do this. How can you object to them, to the law enforcement in this regard? The low mobility of the taxpayers. Actually, this displacement of people are not that high and intense as the relocation of companies or businesses. That is why the natural person's income tax attached to the address of the natural person is much more predictable in terms of reducing the disproportion. Independence and the central budget allocations, this should not be mixed because there is a different nature to these lines of financing. And what about the administration of local taxes and duties? There should be certain administration coming locally, but which level shall it take? We should include several stages. Some communities will be able to manage and administer a lot, others will only be capable of monitoring, but this must be done now. What shall be done on the first stage. First of all, we need to shift to the horizontal alignment. The second position is to include, it shall be mandatory, to include the city of Kyiv into the alignment system, because I'm fed up with all of those suggestions when you say everyone gets 60 and the city of Kyiv gets the 40. Let's include the city of Kyiv into that scheme of alignment, and that would be fair to have. And then all of the tampering with the fact that the Kyiv is being robbed would be groundless. The third position, the unified tax of the third group, this is the tax that substitutes the natural person's income tax, and it shall not be local, it cannot be local, and should be included into the alignment system. Income tax, then we have also the profit tax here considered. In 2014, at that time, we included that tax, and that was 20 billion, now it's 9 billion. Out of which 5 billion goes to Kyiv, which is not normal to have. The next item, this is how the formula of alignment would change, of course. So we are not going to have the 50% of reverse, but it's going to be higher. But we also need to understand another important thing. The subsidy of alignment, it's about solidarity. This is to eliminate the manipulation, to avoid the claims such as the Minister of Finance is claiming money from me. They are aligning from the highly wealthy to the poor territories, because the poor territories, these are mostly rural areas, the villages that are defending us from that orc hordes. This is a huge territory, and now we need to pay for the system of accommodation. We cannot only have the wealthy communities everywhere, we must have everything. These are the capillary system. We cannot destroy and kill the rural areas, because it will also kill the urban areas. What we have today, this is the scheme of now, and this is what the plan shall be. Now, the strategic aspect related to the city of Kyiv, is it classified as the city community plus the district, and then it will have the status similar to Paris? Or is this the status of the city as a community, the district, and the region? This will define further steps. Now, it's only the community and the district. Therefore, we have 15 plus 60. And that other position, when the Kyiv city will be as community, will have the 60. But we also need to understand why I raised this issue. In Kyiv, we do not have this aspect of regional development, because regional development is the mandatory allocations from the city budget. This is mandatory allocation. And this is the provision that the Deputy Minister highlighted. We do not need to reserve the money for regional development. In the oblast budget, it must be included on the regional level. In the Kyiv city, it cannot be there because it's not the region status. Therefore, when we make the political decisions, we need to understand that this is in fact the compensation to the Kyiv city, if it is ever considered as a region, for the functions of the capital city. In this regard, I do not have any direct recommendations. This is going to be a political decision, whether the Kyiv city shall be considered as a region or as a city. This decision is up to the legislator, but I love Paris, after all, because it's like a department's city, and then the region comes separate. The next, Mr. Ganashchuk, since we are a bit late in our schedule from the previous panel, please try to be brief. Of course, I'm even briefer than planned, but I have to voice this because no one else is going to speak of this. When we talk about the natural person's income tax should be attached to the place of residence, I'm not even discussing this. Then lifting the preferences for the property tax for the area, surface area. We need to cancel and we need to lift any preferences or privileges for the land taxes. When the pensioners are exempt from paying the land taxes, this goes against any tax principles. No preference can be allowed about the paying subject. You could only have a preference about the object, not about the subject, but that's a very detailed description. And now we have to talk about the recovery of the transportation tax. It must be there, it must be attached to the territory, and it will partially help compensate the current repairs, not the construction of roads, current repairs. Then, as to the estimates of the share of the natural person's income tax, to avoid any arguments and discussions, we need to get back to the delegated powers to be compared with the size of the natural person's income tax. Every year it's going to be different, but it will be about 60 every year. And then also with these additional powers that could be assigned by the government, then we should automatically include this, plus adding the share from the natural person's income tax. And here I would like to make an announcement that on November 28th, we're going to have a conference to present this painful sore issue about the distribution of powers and also the distinction of powers, division of powers between the self-governance on different levels and the central government, and also distribution of the powers by their types, by their nature, and by the availability of public policy thereon. Please take a closer look. There are some interesting aspects to consider. But I'm sure you're going to learn more on November 28th. Please come and listen to that. This is something that we really need to consider. And I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This time is very limited. I shall just summarize. Mr. Ganushak emphasized important things of taxation, the philosophy of local taxes, and he mentioned again that powers should be delegated with the proper financial resources, otherwise nobody can speak about important realization. But another important aspect as regards city of Kiev, capital city, city or region, Alexander and representatives of European Commission and other esteemed guests mentioned another aspect, combination of state and regional strategy and policy together with the decentralization reform and our future in European Union. The answer to city of Kiev question should be found in the nearest future. If you want to speak about effective use of funds from European Union as regards European Policy Fund. Now I would like to give the floor to Stefan Wieser, political analyst, Department of Regional Development of ECD. Mr. Wieser, we are glad to welcome you. Organization, Economic Cooperation and Development that has a very strong expertise as regards local taxes. Another important aspect is regional policy. OECD can demonstrate best practices and tell us which instrument we can use to empower community, create strong community in Ukraine. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that introduction, and I hope everybody can hear me. Before I start a very brief presentation, I would just like to comment on I think what are three critical aspects when talking about a strong community. On the one hand, it's the financial part, and as said by the previous expert, it's important to obviously avoid under or non-funded mandates. Fiscal means need to be aligned with service delivery and administrative responsibilities. On the second hand, you have sort of human resource capacities that need to be in place, and then I'm not only talking about the number of staff, but also their skills in terms of planning, investment, budgeting, stakeholder engagement, both with citizens, with businesses, but also with higher levels of government. And obviously the material infrastructure needs to be in place, and those elements, the human capacities, financial capacities, and physical infrastructure, they in a way provide the means for adequate service delivery. But to come to my presentation, I would like to just build on some of the evidence that we gathered when we, let me see, switch the slide. I'm very sorry, but my computer is freezing. Oh dear. Let me just stop sharing one moment. I'm very sorry for this delay.
Дуже попрошу технічної команди допомогти з презентацією.
I ask our technical team to help with presentation of Stephen. Please help.
Yes, let's see. Is the presentation online? No, not yet. Development can support post-war recovery. And secondly, very important in this panel is the effects of the decentralization reforms post-2014 up to 2022 on municipal performance. And so what we identified is that the post-2014 decentralization reforms, they helped really build municipal capacity. For example, we were able to get responses from 51% of all municipalities to a series of surveys, and it indicated that a significant majority of municipalities of Gromada reported improvements in the quality of administrative services, social services, and education. And also a majority of municipalities, particularly rural ones, indicated reforms increased their capacity to generate own source revenue. And this is really important because regression analysis in a report showed that the most efficient municipalities were those that received at least 15% of their revenues from local taxes, highlighting the importance of a minimum level of local financial autonomy. Further, we saw that municipalities also gained critical experience in strategic planning and investment. They increased their capacity in the design of development strategy, something highlighted by, again, a majority of municipalities. The same applies for identifying investment needs and developing investment processes. And this can be explained by municipalities having gained access to a series of new intergovernmental grants and subsidies. Applying for funding help them to own their drafting and implementation skills. However, we see, despite these improvements, a few critical challenges remain. Let me mention a couple. First one is that still at the end of 2021, many municipalities, in particular the rural ones, indicated they lacked staff and expertise to deliver on the mandates. For example, indicating they lacked the capacity to design an effective development strategy. In terms of subnational finances, the report also shows that throughout the decentralization reform process, the investment capacity of amalgamated communities at least decreased from 2016 to 2018, I'm here referring to, and obviously these human and financial challenges have been exacerbated by the impact of the war. Our report also identifies a lack of clarity regarding the division of tasks among levels of government, particularly in areas that are related to local economic development, such as support to SMEs, energy, waste management, and housing. There, close to 50% indicate there is limited clarity in terms of rules and in terms of tasks and responsibilities. This obviously hampers local economic development, as different levels of government may not have certain clarity about who decides, who builds, who maintains, who invests. Moreover, in many interviews and focus group sessions that we held throughout the development of this report, local leaders indicated that while social service delivery is really and has been a top priority, they indicated they considered they had lesser role to play in encouraging economic development, and were also unclear about the particular tools that they can use to support this. So looking forward, a renewed focus on strengthening the role of municipalities in local economic development is needed, and let me just, for the sake of time, highlight two elements. First, it may be needed to review relevant legislation to identify opportunities to further clarify the role of municipalities in economic development based on the current framework. It can also consider outreach campaign on existing tools that municipalities can use, such as spatial planning. And secondly, The government could consider increasing, as already discussed, the powers of local government to generate and manage their own resource if skills are available, if resources or human resources are available, as this can increase the incentives to encourage local development, as well as reduce their dependence on central government grants and funds from donors. And then just a final word on the OECD Ukraine country program. Through 4 years, the coming 4 years, the OECD will work together with the government of Ukraine to implement 31 analysis and capacity building initiatives, including ones that relate particularly to economic recovery and infrastructure resilience and good governance and transparency. So this includes work, for example, on a small medium-term enterprise and entrepreneurship policy review, an initiative to help build regional and municipal governance. So with that, I end this short intervention. Many thanks.
Шановний пане Стефан, дякуємо вам велике за
Esteemed
презентацію.
Stefan, thank you very much for your presentation. It will be accessible to all participants in the package of materials. Since the representative of OECD raised a number of issues that were not mentioned today, I will emphasize it myself. He said for financial capacity, it's very important to develop capacity of communities in investment.
неналежному рівні, але
would
на
not
рівні, який
say
повинен
that it is
бути
not at the
розвинений
proper level,
набагато
but at
вище.
least it is not at the
Другий важливий
level that
аспект,
we
на
should
який
require.
наголосив Стефан,
Second
було
important
власне
aspect that
спрямування
Stefan
роботи або
mentioned,
функціонування органів місцевого самоврядування в сторону
functioning of
місцевого
local
економічного розвитку,
self-government
який
bodies
дозволить
for
закласти
further local economic
фундамент для
development that will
підвищення
lay
фінансової
basis
спроможності.
for raising
Але окрім
financial
цього, Стефан
capacity.
наголосив на
And
ще одному
apart from
аспекті,
that,
про який згадували сьогодні
Stefan
неодноразово
emphasized another
учасники нашої
important
панелі, і пані
aspect
Олександра Зархіна,
mentioned
це
many
більш чітке
times by
розмежування
members of Parliament and
повноважень
Alexander
між органами
Zarhina,
різного
clear
рівня,
separation
якщо
of
ми
powers
говоримо
between
за
bodies of different
роботу або
levels.
співпрацю з малим
If
і
we talk
середнім
about work
бізнесом.
or cooperation
Сьогодні
with
звучало
SME,
неодноразово, що нам потрібно,
many
власне,
times it was
шукати, як
mentioned
казав
that
пан
we
Іван
must
Слободяник,
look
нові
for,
джерела
as
для
Ivan
доходів,
Slobodyanik
власне,
said,
робота
new
з бізнесом
sources
це
of
може
income. Work
слугувати
with business
основою
will
для
serve
посилення
as
роботи
a
і становлення,
basis
власне,
for
нашої
enhancing
сильної
that work
громади.
and
Якщо
development a
дозволите,
strong
я передам
community. If you
слово
allow me, I will give
представнику Асоціації
the
міст
floor to
України, власне, раднику голови Асоціації міст
of
України, пані Оксані
advisor of
Продан.
head of
Пані
Оксана,
це питання вже задавала. Сильна
Оксана.
громада – це тут фінансова
Strong
громада. Ви чули думку
community
безпосередньо Асоціації
is that
Всеукраїнської. А що з цього приводу Асоціації?
We had opinion association of communities, now opinion association of cities.
Нашим партнерам,
Thank
які
you,
допомагають
thank
сьогодні
you,
громадам і
all
Україні
partners that help
вистояти, перемогти,
communities, who help
розвиватися,
Ukraine to
відновлюватися,
withstand and
тому що
to
для нас це
win
важливо.
and
Дякую
to
міністерству, яке
renew.
організувало цей
I
захід
thank the
і
ministry who
готує,
organized the
презентує
event
дорожню карту, готували
and is
дорожню карту разом
presenting
з нами, тому що
roadmap.
експерти Асоціації міст брали
We
участь в
prepared
підготовці
this
у
roadmap
відкритому
together. Our
діалозі.
association
Я
took
думаю, що
part
це
in
питання про
open
малий середній
dialogue
бізнес
in
буде
preparation. This
спрямовано
question of
пані Миколі,
SME
якщо чесно, тому що
will
це
be
та громада, яка є
directed to
зразковою по
Mikola
розвитку малого і середнього
because their
бізнесу. Думаю, що це до
community
нього буде питання.
is
Але хочу зараз, користуючись нагодою,
example of
два блоки
good community with
відповідей,
SME
які я сьогодні
development.
підготувала.
But two blocks of answers that I prepared. What is a strong community? Very brief definition, not to miss anything. A strong community is residents, people that select their government themselves, easily and conveniently get all services in their territory, pay taxes to their community, have great number of mechanisms of participation in life of community. This is a complex solution. Then, when municipality elected by residents can create conditions convenient for business, it creates conditions for investment and get taxes from business working on its territory. When a municipality can increase register of real estate, of land plots,
при
to
цьому не
control
повинен
whether
забирати на себе
all
всю паперову
tax
роботу
objects
податкової
are in this
служби,
register
тому що
and not
держава повинна нести свою
take
функцію,
all
яка є
paperwork of
державною.
tax authorities.
Коли
It is the
місцеве
function of the
самоврядування
state,
вирішує,
of the tax
і коли це
authority.
теж громада сильна, коли місцеве самоврядування
Community
вирішує,
is strong.
як
The local
планувати на її
self-government
території, з ким
decides
межувати і в яких
what to
відносинах.
plan in its
Сильна громада
territory,
– це
with
та, яка
whom
займається
we have the
облаштуванням життя
borders
своїх
and what
мешканців,
relations we
а
have
не
with the
слухає
neighbors.
лекції, як
When they
заповнити ті чи
care
інші документи,
about
як
life of
виконувати
their
ті чи інші
residents,
рішення,
rather than
тому що
listening to the
це
lectures
рішення
how
на
to
рівні
fill in
центральної
this or
влади
that
приймаються
paper.
або непрозорі, або
Decisions at
незрозумілі, і
central
треба ще
level
купу
often
вебінарів
taken not
прослухати, щоб зрозуміти, як
transparent,
з ними працювати.
not
Сильна
clear, and
громада
you
– це
must
та,
go
коли
through number of
коли
webinars to
всі
understand how to
делеговані
implement
повноваження,
them.
як
Strong
сервіси,
community
пораховані і
all
забезпечені
delegated
фінансуванням з
powers.
державного
Our services
бюджету.
are
І коли всі
calculated
процедури
and
в громаді
supported by
прозорі
finance
і
from
відкриті,
state budget.
інклюзивні.
And all
Оце сильна
procedures
громада.
in the
Ми, ще раз
community are
повторюся,
transparent
брали
and
участь
inclusive.
експерти Асоціації
Then
міст в підготовці
community is strong.
дорожньої карти,
Experts of our
яка сьогодні
association
була
took part in
презентована пані
preparation of
Олександрою,
roadmap
і що ми
presented by
в остаточній
Alexander.
редакції сьогоднішній не побачили. Що би
What we
хотілося
could not
побачити
see
і
in
чим
the final
можна ще
version of
доповнити
roadmap.
дорожню
What
карту.
else we would
Перше,
like
що
to
важливо,
have?
немає в дорожній
First,
карті згадки про
in
те,
the
що
roadmap, we
військовий
don't have
ПДФО,
mentioning
і весь ПДФО,
that
який спрямовується на доходи
wartime
громад,
income
повинен
tax
бути
and
після
all
перемоги
other
як
income
мінімум,
tax.
а ще краще
After
сьогодні до
victory,
голосування в залі повинен надходити до
even
громад.
before
Я дякую
voting in
Міністерству
Parliament,
розвитку
still
територій
should
громад,
come
які
into budget of
підтримують місцеве
communities. I
самоврядування
thank
і
the
виступили
Ministry
проти
of
вилучення цього
Infrastructure
ПДФО,
who
але в дорожній
support
карті обов'язково
our
повинно бути
idea
зазначено, що
and are
це
against
місцеві
of
податки, які
removing
повинні
it.
йти до
But in the
місцевих бюджетів.
roadmap it's
Крім того,
mentioned that
необхідно в
local
дорожній
taxes
карті
must go to
визначити
local
все-таки
budget.
рішення, яке буде в частині
Should
тарифів.
include
Тому що не
decisions
можна
regarding tariffs.
вводити мораторій і
You
одночасно
could
не
not
забезпечувати
introduce a
компенсацію
moratorium
різниці в тарифах.
and not
Тому
to
цей
ensure
пункт теж повинен бути в
compensation
дорожній
for
карті.
difference in
Крім
tariffs. It
того,
should be in
нам
roadmap
потрібно,
as
щоб
well.
все-таки оця
Apart
фінансова
from that,
спроможність була забезпечена нашою
we need that
незалежністю.
this
Тому що коли
financial
приймають закон
viability
3050,
is
який
supported by
114
our
громад заднім
independence when
числом
law is abroad. When
вилучає
114
надходження і
communities
просто
in
залишає
reverse
без
manner
коштів, то це не є фінансова
are
спроможність.
deprived
Про
of
це
their
теж треба написати в
revenues,
дорожній
it does
карті.
not make
Крім
them
того,
financially
що
viable. It should
важливо,
be written in
це знову ж
roadmap.
таки трошечки
One more
про це
thing
говорила
that
пані
is
Олександра в
important.
презентації, але я не
Alexander
знайшла в
mentioned
дорожній
it a
карті.
bit in
Це те,
presentation,
що
but I
делеговані
didn't find it in the
повноваження
text
повинні
of the
бути
roadmap. The
пораховані
delegated
і
powers
профінансовані в повному
must be
обсязі. Це те,
calculated
чого
and
ми не
financed
знайшли.
in
Приклад
full.
цього,
We
наприклад, вже
couldn't
свіжий
find it in the
абсолютно. Це
text.
20
And the fresh
мільярдів, які на
example,
24
20
рік
billion
закладені на
for
місцеве
year
самоврядування без
2024
грошей на
for
фінансування
local
діточок в школах.
self-government without
Зобов'язання є,
financing
грошей
of
не
children
надали.
at school.
Крім того,
So there are
обов'язково треба
obligations,
не
but money
вистачає в
will not
дорожній
be
карті
provided.
середньострокових позик,
In the
які не
roadmap,
можна
we don't
сьогодні
have
забирати
midterm
в громад,
loans
як сьогодні
that could
хочуть
not be
законопроекти
taken away
10
from
зробити. Чому? Тому
communities,
що це
as
позики
other draft
сформовані
law wants
свого
to make.
часу
These are the
штучно,
loans
коли
that
оплату
have been
праці
created
вчителям і
artificially
оплату
when
праці
salary
медикам
for
робили
teachers
через
and
місцеве
health
самоврядування,
workers were
оформлюючи
made
це
through
начебто
local
позиками.
self-government,
Є в дорожній карті
presented it
моменти,
as
з
if
якими
loan.
ми повинні
In the
дискутувати.
roadmap, there are
Один
the
з них
issues
сьогодні
that we should
обговорювався і вже
debate
на
with.
нашій панелі,
One of
пані
them was
Наталя,
discussed
і
in
про
our
нього
panel,
говорила пані Олександра.
Natalia.
Це питання
Alexander
ПДФО,
mentioned it as
питання
well. Income tax,
реформування ПДФО,
Reforming
як повинно
system
ПДФО
of income
спрямовуватися, за яким
how
місцем
income
знаходження, чи місце
tax
проживання,
should
чи місце
be
реєстрації, чи
directed
місце
at the place where
знаходження
a person is
об'єкту,
registered, or where the person resides, or where business of that person
перше,
resides.
що треба сказати,
Number
не
of
можна в
options.
жодному разі,
First thing
обговорюючи
that I want to
продовження
emphasize,
децентралізації,
when discussing continuation
повертатися
of
до питання
decentralization, you should not come back to the
в частині
question of
ПДФО, тому що
subventions
деякі
as
представники
regards
асоціацій
income tax. Some representatives of associations in discussions agree, oh yes, you can come back to subvention. We are strongly against. When talking about financial viability and independence, you must speak about money of the community, rather than somebody takes their money away, then give them in the form of subventions. So
фізичних осіб,
where
важливо пам'ятати, які речі.
income
І я думаю, що ті голови громад, ті депутати
should
місцевих рад,
revenue to
які
I think the heads of local government, deputies of local government that are interested in development of business, money should be paid where this money is created. If a person is working in particular community, the person is creating money, creating this tax money, this community should get this tax. We should avoid situations that we have now, when income tax is placed at the place where legal entity is registered, and this tax money leaves community. When talking about need of modeling, everybody agrees before changing system dramatically, one should model the system. We should not start modeling when decision is taken. We have already declared what should be done, but then we start piloting it. It's the wrong approach.
I realized that it's not very pleasant to listen to long talks, and they muted my mic not to interfere you. But you know, these are the proposals that the experts from the working groups voiced, and I really need to list them. It is vital to have them, and competence and powers, not only responsibility, are crucial. When we talk about the draft law 4298, claiming that we need the so-called monitoring or surveillance, we need to remember that the public authorities need to coordinate their activities among themselves in the first place. And when we are going to have the prefect districts, their first objective would be to coordinate among themselves. We need to analyze the available controlling authorities first in order to establish new ones. And we need to finalize and fine-tune this roadmap. And we believe that at least part of the objectives that the communities need today, such as enhancing financial capabilities, they could come from the fine-tuned roadmap. Thank you, Oksana, for your proposals that you raised in addition to the document. And I could say that one of your proposals about identifying the equivalent, the cash equivalent of the delegated powers, this approach has been included into the strategy, and your association proposed that, and we took this into account as well as other proposals, and I'm certain that the Ministry of Recovery will consider them further. Also, I would like to thank you that you went beyond the concept like the strong community equals the financially capable community, but you added the comfortable for living community, which means it is capable enough to be able to create the living standards that are comfortable to accept. Although we extended our time a bit, but I would like to summarize that we were talking about the strong communities without the communities. We heard about the opinions from the independent experts and the associations, but here we have Mr. McCullough, of the community that we would like to see as a strong community. I would try to rephrase my question to you. You have listened to the positions about the strong community or financially capable community. Please tell us more. In order to have that picture, that portrait that Ms. Oksana painted, how the strong community equals financially capable community and equals comfortable for living, what do you actually need? What are the major needs that you still have to cover to build that community? Well, the fact that this seat is occupied by me, the representative of a small town with 8,200 people of population, not the city of Kyiv, that the strong community does not necessarily mean a city or a large community. Last year, we completed with the minus 20% in the budget. Everyone had it. This year, we have the 500% of the budget delivery. We used to have about 100 million, now we have about 1.5 billion. How do we achieve this? Of course, the law is changing, and the natural income tax to natural persons is changing, but it is not only related to the military. This is not even about the income tax. These are other taxes, the local taxes that have been mentioned today already. But we also realize this is not going to last forever. And then you're going to change something in the laws, and then we will have to think again how to survive. But the vision of our community, the Opishnya is the model for Ukraine, the place you would like to live in. And you mentioned rightfully that we need to think about how to earn. Alexander mentioned today that the community needs to think about the ways to earn for their living. Because if you repair the local clubhouse, this is not going to bring more money to the community. That's another thing. But regardless of the fact that we have drones and missiles flying over our community and we are taking them down, thank you to the air defense of Ukraine, we are thinking about the development. I asked Mrs. Arkina about the development project. We are implementing them today. We were the first in Ukraine who established the agrarian municipal company, and now we have 300 such companies in Ukraine. This is great. Opishnya is the model for others to follow. And now we are trying to earn our living on the ceramic production, which is our historically integral trade. So we try to engage the members of the families of the military. We also are trying to engage the restaurants, like local businesses, associations. They are offering master classes for the ceramics production, etc. We're going to scale it in the near future. So we are trying to find the advantages from all of the possible situations. When we started building the first greenhouse back in 2021, many people would be criticizing us, thinking we are crazy. But then when the Kakhovka Dam was blasted and the prices for vegetables went up, we actually benefited because we could cover the needs because we had our own grown vegetables. This is a good solution and case to show how we could use the land of the community. Of course, you can rent them out. If we rented out our available lands, we would have about 300,000 hryvnias of rent. But now we decided to cultivate them ourselves and grow the vegetables ourselves. There was a better investment. Strong community is not about a strong investor coming and giving the money. It's about the institutional capacity. We have the investment departments established, communicating with the relevant partners. We have the partnership agreements with international communities from Poland, from Croatia. We are about to visit them. The international partners and the communities who are looking up to us could really borrow some crisis management skills that we have, because no European mayor has this experience, no European community has this experience. Now, of course, we need to learn from others, but we also happy to share our own experience of crisis management, among many other things. There are many campaigns, fundraisers for the armed forces today, and other mayors asked me to forward this information to you, like give us the money for the army, the armed forces. We are the fourth largest, most intense community in terms of the number of the drones that we procured after Dnipro, Ivano-Frankivsk and other cities. And we are the third largest financial contributor to the army in the region. And this is the money that we managed to generate from other taxes, not the military tax that we allocated for the army. It's a debatable issue. Well, of course, the councillors, the people's deputies have been discussing the draft law 9559, and it will provide the normal procurement procedure for drones, etc. But we still don't have it. And we are doing this because people demand this. And we are doing this risking our own reputation. We are buying the equipment, the drones, the spare parts, and we are doing this. And I believe 30% of other communities are doing this. But if we could have the normally foreseen procedure in the the law that could be more relevant. I'm trying to speak faster and faster because I'm afraid you're going to take away the microphone from me, but you're not. Okay, I can continue. Please give us the instruments, the tools in our hands to be able to continue as we do. So the head of the community, it's not only about the head of the community who is getting the salary, it's about the crisis manager. So try to strive for that, to have strong communities, because it means strong Ukraine. Mr. Mikola, I believe it's a very important claim, because the strong leader is the strong crisis manager. Strong community doesn't mean the largest community. This is the community that can find the opportunities to work with the available financial resources and the local development tools. I really am tempted to ask you about the yield of the plums that you had this year, because you are famous for that. But I'm not going to ask that. I'm going to focus on the needs that you raised. You need a clear, better definition of the powers that you have, with the delegated powers. We have seen this table with the delegated powers shown by the previous speaker, and I'm grateful to you for raising this issue, because you need the financial capacity and the institutional capacity of communities enhanced, and that requires better distribution and division of powers, of delegated powers, between the central and local authorities, and also among the local self-governments. I believe we can conclude now, and we are grateful to all panelists for their inputs. Do we have any questions from the participants in this room? If there are no questions, we could take one or two questions. If there are no questions, we could take a coffee break, and we are getting back to the next discussion that's going to be the same important and lively. And we're going to talk about the combination of the decentralization reform with the recovery effort. We're going to talk about the role of communities and the needs of communities in this regard. Do we have any questions? If there are no questions, thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy the coffee, and please come back at 12:10 sharp. Thank you.
Я пам'ятаю кожен день. Я пам'ятаю страх і ненависть. Я пам'ятаю мрію. Я пам'ятаю Харків, Чернігів, Дніпро, Маріуполь, Каховку. Я пам'ятаю слова. Всі ми тут. І тому я тут, сьогодні. Я тут. Будую мир серед війни. Я тут, аби ти повертався додому. І тобі було куди повертатися. Я тут, аби ти любив. Я тут, щоб будувати нові садочки, школи, лікарні. Я будую багато доріг. І я будую одну дорогу. Дорогу до перемоги.
I'm here. And when I'm asked what I'm doing here in Ukraine, I answer, we built Ukraine. We are all here.
Nous tous sommes là.
Vi är alla här. そして皆ここに来ます.
Me olemme kõik siin Jesteśmy już wszyscy.
Me olemme kaikki täällä.
Vi är här allesammans.
Estamos todos aquí.
Vi sind alle da.
Siamo tutti qui.
Všichni jsme tady.
We build Ukraine.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Please come back from your break and take the front seats. We have the representatives of international organizations, embassies, and government vacating the front rows. So please join the front benches. I stayed in the back benches before, and the acoustics was not favorable at all. So please come closer to the front seats to join the discussion. Meanwhile, I would like to invite our speakers to join our panel, and we are going to talk about the planning documents. We are going to discuss the planning policy aspects. We are going to talk about the peculiarities and organization of planning. Please take your seats. We are about to start. I can see that Ms. Natalia Kozlovska is having an active discussion with Mr. Gabriel, but I will try to reach them anyway. Please, dear participants, dear colleagues, come closer. We have Natalia Kozlovska, the Deputy Minister for the Development of Armadas and Territories, and she is in charge of the recovery aspect. Also, we have one of the leading partners from the TAPAS project and the partner of the government for transparency and openness. Also, Irina Karabuda, Chancellor from Kharkiv region, and she is the community head. Also, we are supposed to have another participant joining online, and Mr. Korinny, Alexander Korinny, joining us, and also we have Valentina Poltorak, the project manager of the Swiss Ukrainian project DECIDE. I am Alexander Solontai. I am the CEO for the Agency for Recovery and Development, GEO, and I represent the project of the EU ACI for an effective recovery, and I will be moderating this discussion. I believe we will start this conversation with Natalia Kozlovska. Please brief us about the situation and how we are going to see the changes of planning documents in the decentralization map. Dear participants, we only have 45 minutes for this panel. Since the agenda was slightly modified, let's try to stick to 5 minutes for Ms. Natalia, and all other panelists will have 3 minutes for their inputs, and then we will have the possibility to discuss the questions with the other participants from the room. Good morning, dear participants. I will try to be brief, but I will try to cover all of the relevant aspects to show how the ministry is moving on this track and all the stages are in our vision for this effort for each of the stages of this work. I need to say that we keep discussing the definition, which sounds like post-war recovery. However, we all understand that it's been already 20 months into the war, and we are still in the active phase, and we need to address the pertinent issues that we face today, and we need to address them urgently. Therefore, we divide the recovery process into 3 components. The first component is about the recovery here and now. These are the urgent work and activities that need to be done now. This is about the accommodation of IDPs. This is about the effort of the State Emergency Service of Ukraine. These are also other pertinent issues that require our attention without undue delay. delay, for example, addressing the consequences of the shelling or the missile strike or other destruction that requires some urgent steps to be taken. The second component is named the recovery during the war. What does it imply? What do we mean by that? As you know, starting from last year, we have launched the reconstruction of the damaged facilities with the help of the international partners and our state fund as well. Last year, in the deoccupied parts of Ukraine, in Kyiv region, in Zhytomyr, in Sumy regions, we rebuilt hundreds of facilities, both public facilities, infrastructure facilities, and residential facilities. This is what we implied by the rebuilding during the wartime. This year we launched an active mechanisms of compensation to people that had their facilities and property affected or destroyed during the war. This mechanism implies that if a person had their houses affected or destroyed, they could expect the reimbursement for the account they have, either to buy the construction material or outsource the repair and construction company. This is the first stage of the recovery. And the second stage of the recovery is about the compensation for the destroyed house. The person, the citizen, could use this money to buy a new house anywhere in the deoccupied part of Ukraine or rebuild their house on their land plot if security aspects allow for that. This project is implemented with the support of the World Bank, and I'm grateful to our partners from the TAPAS project who provide for the technical assistance for this work to be delivered, because currently we have 537 communities participating in the recovery project. They establish the relevant commissions for the estimates of the affected facilities, and they do the calculations, and they help people reach these funds. So we are grateful to the communities who are already doing this, especially the communities that have been severely affected. I mean, for example, the city of Kharkiv, that is currently having over 17,000 applications filed for such a compensation.
Проект наразі знаходиться в досить активній фазі її реалізації. Ми сподіваємося, що він буде підтриманий нашими партнерами і
implementation. I hope it will be further supported by partners and by Parliament. They will make the expenditure line budget in next year budget for that. And the other thing that we discuss all the time, post-war reconstruction. Here we should focus attention at the instruments that will be included in this post-war reconstruction. What is it? Last year, Verkhovna Rada passed amendments to the law that provide for complex reconstruction program. This is an analytical project. The main idea was to enable local self-government bodies to make analysis of the situation that particular local authorities in, and to see which way they will better recover or ensure further development. They should analyze the character of destruction, relocation of enterprises, migration of people, security situation, including the mining situation. One should provide the vision. What should be the further development and recovery of this particular settlement? On the other hand, all these documents should be synchronized with the program developed by the Oblast State Administration. As of today, we have decisions and 14 Oblast programs of recovery has in
в
development.
філософію бачення
They
відновлення
should
населених пунктів на
put the
території
basis
зазначених
for the
областей.
entire
Хочу подякувати
philosophy
Київській
recovery
обласній
of
військовій
the ruined
адміністрації,
settlements
яка
in
не
the
тільки
oblast.
приступила
I
до
want to
розроблення
thank the
такої
military
програми,
administration that not
затвердила
only
цю
just
програму,
started
і вже
developing
у
this
київських
program but already
в
approved
територіальних
it.
громад Київської області є
That happened
дороговказ,
in Kyiv,
який показує
and
її
territorial
бачення обласної
communities in Kyiv
адміністрації
Oblast
щодо їх
already have
розвитку.
this vision of
Окрім
Oblast
того,
administration,
126
how to
територіальних
develop.
громад
Apart
прийняли
from that,
відповідне рішення і почали
126
розробляти такі
territorial
програми
communities made such decisions and started developing relevant programs regarding recovery of territorial communities themselves. I want to thank all partners that help territorial communities to make it. Among the main partners, I want to mention Dobre project and ULEAD project that provide practical and institutional support to territorial communities in developing such documents. I must say that such documents do not exist by themselves. They should become basis for making amendments or elaboration of
документів, які
new
передбачають
documents
містобудівну документацію
that
на
provide
обласному
for
або на
urban development,
територіальному
urban
рівні.
planning
Мова
at
йде
the
про
level
розроблення
of
на основі
oblast
програм
or a
комплексного відновлення,
territory.
комплексних планів
Based
просторового
on this
розвитку територій
program,
територіальних громад. Тобто, в нашому
complex
розумінні,
plans of
зазначений
spatial
підход може
development of territorial communities should be
собою
made.
змінити підходи щодо розроблення концепції
Approaches could
інтегрованого
be changed
розвитку
regarding the
або
entire
альтернативу
concept of
містобудівному
integrated
моніторингу.
development
Тобто таке
or
бачення,
an
такий аналітичний
alternative
документ,
to
який буде
urban
розроблений
planning
територіальними громадами і
monitoring.
вже розробляється,
Analytical
після
document
його
developed with territorial
затвердження може стати
community,
дуже гарною
when
основою
approved, will become
для
a very
розроблення
good
комплексних
basis
планів території
for
територіальних громад.
elaboration of
І якраз ті
complex
територіальні
plans for
громади,
development of
які
territory spatial data
містобудівної
can
документації.
facilitate the work for
В
urban
подальшому мій
development
колега Олександр
documentation.
розповість більш детально, яким
Later, my
чином
colleague
ця
Alexander will
документація
tell more details
програми
how the
програми
documentation
відновлення і плани
of
просторового розвитку територій
recovery
територіальних
plan
громад
and spatial development plans for territories and territorial communities will lay the basis for development of urban planning cadastre. For us to understand how we see development of territorial community and how we shall switch not only to implementation of legislation, but will come to practical integration. That's it. Natalia, I give the floor to Alexander, as you mentioned, but immediately I have the question. Does it mean that legislation will develop, including the position that the complex program of development is not urban planning documentation? Then there will be further evolution. No, we don't say that recovery program is urban planning documentation. We do not change approaches. But what we mean, these are good
Якщо ми говоримо про те, що ми замінюємо підходи по містобудівному моніторингу, який також не є
if we change approaches to urban planning monitoring, which is not urban planning documentation, but use recovery program for such programs, that means consistency of such decisions. Thank you. That is the issue of concern for many. We have similar document about integrated development. Alexander, you were mentioned, so the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I would like to tell you about digital instrument for communities in the process of recovery. First, you all know that there is huge ecosystem of digital instruments. Today I will mention few of them that TAPAS project is working on with the ministry. The first instrument that is successfully working for 3 years, electronic system in sphere of construction. It has a function which is used in the process of construction and the current construction. I shall not mention that. I would like to speak on the function regarding work with the complex recovery of oblast and community document. Almost all oblasts have entered this data in the system. Communities are lagging behind for some reason. We are planning to organize training and based on their comments to improve this function, to have this process open, that people should not look for this information on the website of communities. We insist on communities to use this digital instrument. Soon we shall further integrate this document in order that all this data is automatically included. As regards the register of damaged or ruined property, we are planning to provide such services: monetary compensation for private houses, function for recovery of expenditures for repairs conducted previously, the research decision, and the function of online submission through centers of services, first for damaged property, then for destroyed property. These are systems that already function. Now I shall tell you about systems that are under development. Address register. This is a complex component, which is also a part of urban planning cadastre. We are developing a single register of admin territorial structure with definition of boundaries of territorial units, which will be the basis for further development of urban planning documentation and other programs. We also elaborated software and conducted training for more than 100 communities on creating single register. As soon as the resolution is adopted, this process will start and we shall have a single state address register. But then we shall create a register of buildings that will be a further instrument that will allow to enter their documents about technical passport of building. That later will help promptly to get information about particular buildings. Next system under construction, urban planning cadastre, a very important system that finalizes system of urban planning. It is extremely important. Documents are available for public debate. Public discussion for approval of urban planning documentation is important. We are trying to elaborate services that communities can use at central level. By owners. Maybe there are dozens of communities that can develop such services themselves. Others are not able to do it, and the state will create it and ensure this function for them. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Local self-government bodies, we shall overcome all difficulties and for sure will get the victory. Our Krasnokutsk village territorial community is a community that one should speak with extreme pride, because human-centrism is the major aspect of our activity. I want to say that now we are innovating. I think it's correct. First of all, we should care about safety and security about people, of health of our people, preservation of existing jobs, creating new jobs for people, and to be integral, responsible and accountable. the territory of our community, we are implementing the project, the system of rescue. This is similar to Ukrainian system 911. We are training our people, teaching them how to give first aid and what to do to rescue your life and life of your neighbors. What is very successful in our community? Our community was quite young. It was established in 2020. But the community policemen already exist. We have 3 established police stations in the territorial community, and 2 police stations will start functioning from New Year. Next. What we are doing? We are creating voluntary fire brigade in our territory. Voluntary, I emphasize it, because without it, whether we shall create city fire brigade or make it voluntary. And we decided voluntary because the experience of using voluntary fire brigades of territorial community shows that very many people are ready to volunteer and give help in case any emergency situation arises. Other important component of our recovery is water supply and health of people. Now in the territorial community we have 647 kilometers of water pipeline and 47 drilled artesian water wells, but they are quite obsolete and dated. Population is 27,000 local residents. We received 18,000 IDPs. And the workload on our infrastructure is huge, and that forces us to start active repair and renovation of water pipelines. In the years of war, we have repaired, with our own forces, 3 kilometers of water pipeline. We repaired it in places where the biggest number of IDPs reside. Now we have submitted a project application for reconstruction of water supply system and water sewage system, which is financed by Korean government. Another priority is preservation of jobs and creation of new jobs. We are working actively with business. We have a department that helps business to write project proposals, and that works successfully. We have our own investors that work for the community and who are active taxpayers into budget of community. Besides, as Madam US Ambassador mentioned, she emphasized a fight with corruption. Our community, I'm very proud to say, together with the Opishnya community, we are now realizing in our community a project with support of USAID, community without corruption. We already had public discussions, a working group was established, and I believe that right now we shall create a brand, community without corruption. Transparency, openness, and responsibility, accountability will bring every community to success. I'm sure of that. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Thank you, Irina. Alexander Kurinay. I invite you both as representative local government and representative association. I think you need more time, but please speak.
Good afternoon. I'm grateful to the armed forces of Ukraine, to our defenders that give us the opportunity to work here on the recovery and preservation of our country. I will try not to repeat the previous speaker's ideas, but I would like to voice our position. I'm grateful to the dedicated ministry, the Ministry for Recovery, short name. to save some time, to make sure we could be on the same page, to make sure that we agree on all of the technicalities before we even start going. I would like to highlight that it is critical that we reach the same vision, and it will help to cover the planned activities faster. Good planning is the basis for the good results and outcomes for all stakeholders. I also need to reiterate that today war divided the communities of Ukraine into several types. The communities under the occupation, the deoccupied communities, the frontline communities, and the communities in the deep area. Each community faces their own challenges, and they have their different basic needs and visions for the recovery paths for the general success of the growth of the country. In the end of last year, the European Commission, our government, and the World Bank, they issued a joint statement where they mentioned the approximate estimate of the funds we required for the recovery of Ukraine. At that time, in the end of last year, it was $349 billion US dollars. As of today, this number is much higher because the war continues. We keep suffering huge human losses and infrastructural losses. Therefore, today I like to see one important key provision in that report. I will quote: "We need to implement the recovery to make sure we provide a powerful support to local economy, and the local authorities need to play the leading role in planning and implementing these activities." End of quote. And here, it is not only about the institutional support and institutional capacity. We need to take several important steps. One of them that has been discussed quite a long time now, and maybe some people believe it's not relevant today, but this is about the division of powers between the central authorities and local self-governments. Of course, I realize that you might retort and criticize me that this is the long-lasting and huge work to be done. But we could continue debating whether we need to keep or cancel the income tax for natural persons and other details. However, we will not be able to figure out about the funding sources, and we will not be able to have the efficient administration system before we resolve the issues of the division of powers. We need to talk about the local tax administration as well. In this regard, they usually say that the local self-governments want to have more public servants, officials, and collect more taxes. If you ask me, as the head of the community, whether I want to have the tax people under my subordination, the facilities, etc., I do not need them. But I do not agree with the existing tax collection system either. So the tax administrations would first focus on the central taxes and reporting, and then they would eventually ask about the needs of the local communities, and then we would eventually talk about the failing documents or systems to launch them, etc. And this is disruptive to the system. Therefore, we need to address these issues today. Also today, we need to have the updated data. I mean, we need to organize the analysis of the key indicators of the data submitted by local self-governments, because the previous mechanisms are not valid anymore. They do not reflect the reality anymore. Therefore, we can see various distortions in the funding for specific areas. For example, in education, how many children do we have on the ground? We need to know this information, and we need to have the precise numbers to be able to plan properly. How many IDPs do we have? Who of them registered and stayed? Who of them left but still remains registered? We need to have a fast and mobile and highly responsive analysis tools to reflect the actual state of affairs, because the financing allocation is contingent on that. We also need to talk about the planning, because the recovery of the communities will take many years to come. That is why today, during our general meetings, we need to talk about the focus on the communities that have been deoccupied and that have been highly affected by the shelling and missiles. But it is not about the reconstruction of the buildings and roads that we should focus on. It should be human-centered. We need to think how to return people to the communities. That's the most important issue to address. Otherwise, no plans are going to work. We will have to keep amending them and adjusting them, and we will have to find new solutions. To conclude, I would like to read out several important statements that we discussed with our colleagues, and I have been delegated to voice them here. First of all, local self-governments need to play the key leading role, which was also mentioned in the World Bank report, and I agree with it. They should play a key role in the recovery of Ukraine that should come from the grounds. It should be the bottom-up approach. These roadmaps shall be built bottom-up. This is the only approach to be able to engage the different kinds of participatory tools and mechanisms to engage people into the recovery and reconstruction processes and to bring them back to our communities. In our communities, we need to be decision makers together with the people to identify the facilities and the conditions and terms and conditions for bringing back businesses, for bringing back people, for example, for the central regions of Ukraine, to bring them back from other countries, and also to make sure that the IDPs also return to their home places, if possible. And of course, when the EU speaks of the focus on the deoccupied and currently temporarily occupied territories, well, we need to remember that we will need to reconstruct the infrastructure, but also we will need to bring back the popular will and power and democracy. There are no public authorities on the ground, and we need to understand that these areas will have to live for some time without the local self-government, but as soon as we receive the messages from them that the people are there, that the vision is there, the local self-government needs to be resumed on each territory, and the members of our associations are prepared for that, and we do hope that the communities are going to have the clearly defined powers and support. In this process, it is critical to have the unity of local self-government and local self-organization bodies and central authorities. We believe in the armed forces of Ukraine. We are bringing the victory together, and we are going to rebuild our country together. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thank you, Alexander. We also have Vera Kozina with us, joining us online. Is she here? And she is the head of the Committee on Legal Regulation of Local Self-Government Bodies. And then we will pass the floor further. We can see you, Vera. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Generally, the sound is not best today, but you're good. You have 3 minutes. Well, I think I should speak today not as the head of the National Association of the Lawyers of Ukraine, but as the consultant of the DOBRA program. in cooperation with the dedicated committee of the Parliament and the Ministry for Recovery, we have already developed 18 pilot projects for the recovery of territory and territorial communities. We have recently completed the methodology to draft such programs. The next stage that is starting in several days, we are going to cover 14 more territorial communities to provide them with support in developing and fine-tuning the programs for the comprehensive recovery of 3 regions, Kharkiv, Kherson, and Mykolaiv regions. We are currently working in 4 regions. 18 pilot projects include Kirovohrad, Kharkiv, Kherson, and Mykolaiv oblasts. And the next stage will cover the territorial communities from Kharkiv region and Kherson region. I certainly need more than 3 minutes to describe programs about and who are the target audiences. They are mostly required by the communities that have been severely affected by the full-scale invasion. These are not necessarily the communities that have been under the temporary occupation or have suffered major physical destruction, but also other communities related to mass relocation of businesses, migration of population. Why? Because for such communities, we might need to provide the different planning in terms of economic, environmental, and other development. As to the comprehensive rebuilding project, this is the huge document developed on the basis of the inventory stock taking of all of the available resources in all of the covered communities in dynamics, demographic, environmental, architectural, urban planning, strategizing, first steps, economy, and other aspects have been taken into account. This is what the program is all about. We cannot plan the recovery without the clear status quo understanding of existing resources and facilities. Other speakers mentioned this before. The comprehensive recovery programs and recovery is generally about the system of municipal data, municipal statistics, because it is very often the case when the communities do not have the understanding of the available data, but they have already sufficient data to manage and to administer. And with the due support and assistance in administration, which we had in all of the 4 regions that we covered, there was a huge support and contribution from the territorial, local, and central authorities. The available data is sufficient, but we need to manage and administer it properly. We need to review the aspect of civil military administrations. We do not claim our programs are going to be perfect, but this is the living document. It's going to be changed online and on the go, depending on the inputs. But we also went further because the law does not require the mandatory development of the comprehensive recovery projects with the use of the GIS technologies as such. But since we had this opportunity, we had multiple consultations with the regional military administrations about the actual delivery approaches. We work with the affected areas, so we decided to use this GIS data, vector-based data, and we tried to build these synergies. It is actually about the synergy. The recovery is about the synergy. We try to align our effort with the TAPAS project. Also, we were engaged into the implementation of certain pilot instruments. And I also need to highlight that when we talk about the recovery, we need to take into account all of the outcomes of the digital transformation and recovery that the relevant ministries are doing. If we had had the available database on the onset of the project, we would have achieved more outcomes. because this vector-based and GIS-based data are critical here. And I believe this is by far the most perfect instrument of public administration in the world when TAPAS is going to present their outcomes. It's easy to use, it's high quality, and it's something that is instrumental to our work. Also, almost every day, we were in contact with the Minister of Recovery, with Natalia's team, on all of the aspects. There was a good level coordination and alignment, because when we were starting, we had many questions without the answers. There were many questions about whether need to improve the rules and procedures 1159, but after 14 training sessions for over 5.5 thousand participants from different territorial communities, and having provided over 450 written consultations and explanations, because over 250,000 views we had for our explanations, because our methodology is not only about the first pilot projects, which we have 18 of them, it's about experience of interacting with other communities. To conclude now, we understand that these rules and procedures need to be there, unaffected, it's good quality, it's comprehensive. Moreover, when we talk about the EU integration and decentralization, the rules and procedures in question is based on the best possible principles and values of the European Charter of Local Self-Government. Of course, there is the clear-cut framework, even though broad enough. However, it allows certain flexibility for each community to adjust with their actual needs. And also, I need to talk about my other status and my other head of the representative of the Association of the Lawyers of Ukraine. So I would like to talk about the important role of the lawyers institution in this process, because when we talk about the implementation of reform, this is the important source of expertise that we could use, and our members of the associations helped significantly to make certain decisions. And now, during the martial law, during the war, our association continues our work. We conducted dozens of training sessions for several thousand of lawyers and huge numbers of the regular citizens to explain the technicalities of the recovery procedure. This is the work in progress, so we would like to encourage you to continue supporting this synergy. Thank you. Thank you, Vera. I believe we will continue discussing the aspects that you raised. You're right to say that 3 minutes will never be enough to discuss this. On Tuesday, we are going to have a specialized event focusing on these aspects. We are grateful to the Dobra program for the available comprehensive plans. We will get deeper into that during the dedicated event. And now I would like to pass the floor to Valentina Poltorak, who represents the Swiss-Ukrainian project DECIDE. Thank you. I would like to thank the Armed Forces of Ukraine, who made sure that we could be sitting here and discussing these aspects, specifically the roadmap for decentralization, because the time is ripe. And I would like to express my gratitude to the local communities who have become also the reliable rear to back up and support all of the war effort. They were highly flexible and adjustable, and also resilient to the enemy. In the DECIDE project, we work with the sectoral decentralization in the education, because human capacity is a critical factor for us. Let me give you several numbers that are impressive enough. As of today, you know, there is over 8 million of citizens of Ukraine who have become internally displaced persons. According to different estimates, from 4 to 6 million people have left abroad, and they now have the status of the evacuated persons. Mostly, these are mothers with little children. In fact, these are the citizens who are using the educational services the most in the territorial communities. They now left Ukraine in big numbers. We find it important to enhance community capacity for education services to bring back the citizens of Ukraine to Ukraine. so that we could talk about the recovery projects, whatever they are, and so that we could discuss the large-scale reconstruction and reforms in our country. One of the basic services that are key for the return of citizens is education, is healthcare, of course, and is the social care. We are working with all communities all over the territory of Ukraine. I'm not even going to give you the precise numbers because these are high numbers of the trainings, consultations and other events and activities, but currently we are covering over 1,400 territorial communities. We mostly work with the heads of communities and the education departments.
When we plan to switch from just humanitarian steps to more comprehensive actions, we specified that you should start implementing reconstruction with the focus on community development. We decided to focus attention at education, and we launched a project called Decide Recovery of educational institutions, access to safe education in territorial communities. It's due to community, to the state and government. One could ensure about 70% educational establishments that have bomb shelters, and 70-75% of all education is offline, which is great achievement of local self-government. In very difficult conditions of the war, we still focus attention on education and bringing children back to school. We got an idea to train local community how to get investment, how to work with international donors. Budgetary funds are not enough for recovery and restoration. In education, we have 3,500 schools that are ruined or partially destroyed, as well as university and kindergartens. The focus of aggressor is to damage our education, our culture, any possibility to bring life to normal in our country. And to Swiss government, in cooperation with Ministry of Restoration, we launched a project that not only repairs educational establishments or renovates shelters, but trains how to engage donors, how to draft projects, how to recover infrastructure objects in transparent way, which is a major factor for engagement of investment and getting any humanitarian assistance. Switzerland invested 172 million hryvnias in our first step. At first stage, we set such a goal to select 20 territorial communities and try to develop an algorithm of restoration of educational establishment and work with donors. By August, we got 100 applications, selected 20 of them. It was difficult to make it, to engage engineers who visited objects, talked to territorial communities, and concluded that the quality of documents prepared is very low. One should empower territorial communities in that. So we finally selected 20 communities, Chernihiv, Odessa, Poltava region, and on the screen you can see these territorial communities. We are working with them now. We prepared cost estimates and started repair. The task is how to engage young people to repair. We are not just repairing buildings, with territorial community, with the school team, with the deputies. We work in a way that young people who initiate projects and who implement projects, young people are an
В цілому
active,
ми наразі
decisive force of
запускаємо
our
освітній
initiative.
компонент, ми його
We are
будемо
launching this
розширювати, і цей
educational
досвід, я
component, we
впевнена,
shall
поширимо
expand it,
на переважну
and I'm
більшість
sure that we shall
територіальних
expand
громад
this
України.
experience to
Окрім
greatest
укриттів, до
majority of
нашої
territorial
ініціативи входять
communities.
також два
Our initiative,
спецпроєкти. Це
apart
такі
from
пілотні
shelters,
проєкти.
include
Ми щиро
two
сподіваємося, що в
pilot
подальшому ми
projects
розширимо
which
цю
are special.
ініціативу.
I hope that this
Перший
initiative will
спецпроєкт – це
be
Чернігівська
expanded. The
школа
first
номер
special
13.
project
Вона
is
не сильно
Chernihiv
ушкоджена,
School
але
number
там, власне,
13
навчаються
was
діти з
not
двох
damaged too
зруйнованих
much,
вщент шкіл
but
неподалік.
we brought their pupils from two other schools who were completely destroyed. So we use the principle build back better and make it more updates based on the modern educational trends. And second, resource center Borodyanka community, which suffered a lot from occupation. And number of children with special educational needs in the first months of the occupation has increased by 30%, you just imagine. This is the situation that we shall face in all regions of Ukraine. Therefore, inclusive resource centers which work with children with special needs, that provide psychological support. It's a very important institution in any educational network of any community. Based on this center, we shall build Center of Early Intervention. Now, special educational needs are diagnosed from early age, which are also consequences of war. Jointly with partners, as I hope, we shall expand this good practice experience, share methodologies, and work with local self-government bodies for them to engage investment and recover Ukraine and bring our people back. Without human capital, without our people, it will be impossible to restore Ukraine. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. I see a hand raised, very little time is left, even after we change the schedule, maybe one or two questions only. Anton raised a hand. I welcome you all. I'm Tinchik Anton, Association of Oblast and Rayon Council, head of this council. I have a question to Deputy Minister, to Natalia. From my experience, when I visited communities that had been occupied or in hostilities areas and suffered most, when talking to starostas, when talking to residents, personally, talking to colleagues in other regions, I realized that in the south, in the east, in the north, number of such communities are maybe 15 to 20%. And we are on the threshold of more profound demographic crisis. I would offer to develop a plan of urgent measures, or last for 1 year and 8 months. I personally talk to people who have problems with their documents for housing. If they lost them or they were destroyed, they cannot restore the documents. I offer to implement action plan and start realizing it. The question is to Natalia. To save time, maybe more questions, and then she will answer. If no question, Natalia, your final comment, and we shall finish this session. It is not so much a question, but rather a proposal for cooperation. We understand how significant it is for territorial communities, not only for small ones. Last year, when first time I visited city of Sumy, after troops retreated, in such a big town as Sumy, it was a big question. How many people will come back? How the city will develop further? Now we see a positive trend in such big cities, but one should think very hard at level of oblast and territorial community, how we shall further help territorial communities to continue existing and develop, take into account structural changes, not only demographic, relocation of enterprises, demining. These are all accompanying measures that strongly impact further existence and development of settlement. Thank you for your proposal. We are always open for cooperation. Thank you. I ask each speaker just one sentence for conclusion, but truly one sentence, to focus your main address, how reconstruction should be planned. No reconstruction without plan, no plan without real implementation of recovery. I will start. I think that our plans are realistic, but for that we need somehow to decide short-term, middle-term and long-term planning. Italian. Thank you. It's true. You're absolutely right. What I was talking about in my speech, these are approaches to how we should understand ourselves, the philosophy of recovery of all three components, short, medium and long-term perspective, and to formulate our internal vision and bring it to attention of all our donors and partners, them to see this perception and the form document that they can provide us help to recovery in relation to internal vision that we shall jointly create. I invite you once again to joint work. We must realize all things that we developed and plan to include in these documents must not only show the philosophy of recovery, but to demonstrate it in an open, transparent way, that all donors realize that all resources that they fund will be realized in a reasonable way. Alexander, once again I want to invite communities after launch of project on verification of addresses and creation address register, please get engaged actively. The outcomes could be used for you yourself, for the recovery, for calculating all real estates. These are your revenues, these are your taxes. In the future, this register of buildings will be the basis for calculating taxes. This is your work for perspective. Please find resources, do this work once, in order that further on you will use this instrument. This is in our joint interest. Probably that will be one of the proposals for Oblast program for small communities. I think we should focus all attention on that. That will give future impact. I listened to what moderator said. One sentence. Planning recovery, we shall get oriented at people. One sentence only. Recovery of communities only with participation of communities themselves, maximum engagement of Ukrainians, bringing back Ukrainians. The main thing, joint work for recovery. Joint work of central authorities and local governments when each and everybody knows its role, functions and sources. Valentina, I shall not manage with one sentence. We are now in such conditions, what we could do within 10 months before, now should be done within 1 year, 2 years, to restore Ukraine, to reform it, to ensure all conditions for bringing our people back. Our project is in education sphere. We work with strategic documents a lot, and we are designing a system of strategic documents, sectoral documents, connected with strategies of regional development. As of today, first time in Ukraine, we create such a system in Odessa region. We have strategy for development of education, social and economic strategy with focus on restoration of human capital, developing regional strategy of development of education, and regional strategy for Odessa region. Tomorrow we shall discuss it at big forum in Odessa. First and foremost for us is that all these documents are interconnected into one system having clear indicators for monitor. Vera, one sentence. Probably the best exprompt is which is well prepared. Without coordination and synergy, nothing can be done. But what Irina Karagut said is the best. Human-centric is very important. When she spoke, she said thing which is very important for me. This is our territory. You should not divide our, not our. All this work should be focused at people. Thank you. Thank you, Vera. I have no function to announce lunch, but I can announce that our panel with the participation of all mentioned speakers has come to conclusion. Thank you for your work, thank you for your opinion. Alexander, thank you for good moderation. Lunch will follow.
Я пам'ятаю той день. Я пам'ятаю кожен день. Я пам'ятаю страх і ненависть. Я пам'ятаю мрію. Я пам'ятаю Харків, Чернігів, Дніпро, Маріуполь, Каховку. Я пам'ятаю слова. Всі ми тут. І тому я тут сьогодні. Я тут будую мир серед війни. Я тут, аби ти повертався додому. І тобі було куди повертатися. Я тут, аби ти любив. Я тут, щоб будувати нові садочки, школи, лікарні. Я будую багато доріг. І я будую одну дорогу. Дорогу до перемоги.
I'm here. And when I'm asked what I'm doing here in Ukraine, I answer, we built Ukraine. We are all here.
Nous tous sommes là.
Vi alle her.
そして皆ここに来ます。
Me olemme kõik siin.
Jesteśmy już wszyscy.
Me olemme kaikki täällä.
Ja, allesammen. Estamos todos aquí.
Vi sind alle da.
Siamo tutti qui.
Všichni jsme tady.
We build Ukraine.
Dear colleagues, we are getting back and we are starting our panel. We decided we start right away on our own. It's very similar to decentralization. It should start on its own, otherwise it doesn't start. So if you are done with your lunch, please come back here. So we are going to talk about digitalization and how it says the objectives of the decentralization reform. Here we have the representative of the Swiss Ukrainian program in GAP, and also we have Denis Ivanov, the head of implementation, Chief Delivery Office for DREAM project. We have Mikhailo Lechenko, Center for Innovations Development, Lyudmila Kravchenko, Director of the Department of Interaction with the State Authorities for the Ministry of Communities, and Tomas Kristina-Zelinska, team lead of GIS for Regional Restoration and Development Project. I suggest we work according to the following rule. We will have 3 minutes for each panelist to have their inputs, and then we could have the presentations if any. We will have the discussion among the panelists, and then we will invite the participants to join. Who would like to start? Let's start with Mr. Denis Ivanov. If I may, to have the presentation on the screen, I would like to explain that the DREAM project of this is the unified digital ecosystem for report management. I will try to explain in detail. This is a system for control, for reporting, and for entering information of all of the data funded with the public funds and the funds of international donors. This covers the recovery and development projects, including healthcare, education, energy management, reconstruction, infrastructure support, and others, covering not only the facilities affected and destroyed by the enemy interventions, by the missiles or else, but it also covers the new projects to build new roads, new highways, junctions, bridges, and buildings. The key challenges are quite obvious, starting with bureaucracy and ending up with the corruption-related aspects. We have the shortcoming of human resources, the deficit of capacity, and we need to have the unified system and framework to understand how to work within this area. When we talk about DREAM as an ecosystem, it's not just another register or information system. It is based on the existing and well-reputable digital databases or registers that are listed on this slide. This is the one-stop shop for the local self-government, territorial communities, central authorities, and all of the possible departments and administrations that are engaged in the recovery and development projects. The DREAM ecosystem is the system that brings together several profiles of users. The community-based users in the first place engage in the recovery, also the financial institution providing the assistance, and also the financial program allocated for the needs entailed. This is also about the donor country profile that helps recover the damaged facilities. And here we also have the cards of the projects that help monitor and track the life cycle of the project or the facility, whether it's a kindergarten, a school, or a hospital. And we are using the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers 1286, which is already valid, and also about the procedures of the use of the liquidation funds. The program was already launched in 157 communities, administrations. 112 communities have already been functioning and operating in the system since September 1. Every Monday we are updating the DREAM ecosystem, and we have the new release on a weekly basis each Monday to improve the features and to work on the bugs. We are running the workshops, the trainings, user training workshops. We have the relevant offline and online meetings, webinars and seminars to teach the communities to use the system and to work within this system. For the future, it is planned to function as the unified bank of projects where we could use the templates for the projects for the buildings or infrastructure facilities to meet the regional needs. We also have the profile of sectors. This is the module that will be launched in the near future. It is still underway. This will include all of the projects, all of the scope within the educational area, healthcare or culture, etc. The multi-donor platform, I believe, will be presented this month. Please be reminded that on November 15, we are going to have the large-scale event where we will be presenting the DREAM system when any community would be able to join, in addition to the current closed circle doing the beta testing. So should you be interested as users, please join the event on November 15, and you could already enter the portal dream.gov.ua to get some information. For the future, we are going, and already it is functioning, the IPI access system, and all of the communities who wish to get the data in the open data format could join the platform and get access. Next year, we plan to launch the risk management system for different user groups. The system would warn you and give you notifications and recommendations on how to better fill in the relevant boxes, how to upload the information, what to focus when you enter the financial data, the due diligence, documentation, and reports. It's been my 3 minutes. Should you have more questions, I would be happy to take them. Of course, we're going to have questions. I suggest each panelist takes the floor, and then we will have a time for the detailed discussion. I would like to pass the floor to Viktor Lach. I would like to share my ideas about digitalization, and I'm going to talk about the local level rather than national. People live in the communities. There is no person living on a national level, so all of the issues or challenges faced by the communities are faced by the average people, by the citizens. So we are all the citizens of communities. Now, about digitalization. Fortunately, Ukraine is on the second stage of digitalization. It's quite structural and logical. On stage 1, we were taking the first steps when we digitized whatever we had available. And now an important feature of digitalization in Ukraine on this stage, which covers 2-3 years, we are contemplating on the business processes, followed by the digitalization of new processes. We are trying to engage the citizens to the best extent possible and communicate about our outcomes. The 19 million of the users of the DIA app is another proof and evidence to the fact that Ukrainian citizens are ready for using and implementing such tools. Therefore, digitalization on the local level has come off with flying colors. I represent the eGap program, which is the first program that is structurally focusing on the digitalization of communities and structural solutions on national and regional levels. We developed 60 digital services, but I would like to share another important fact. Over 8 years of our work, we could actually summarize them in 3 sentences that I'm going to announce now. First of all, I'm going to share about the solutions that you can already use in your communities. They are free of charge and they will save you a lot of money. And they will also optimize the efficiency of communications in your community. Why are we doing this? There are very mundane reasons. We want to enhance the participation of citizens and to enhance transparency and efficiency of government in their decision-making. Our typical feature is that we are supporting and backing up the communities on all of the stages, and we have certain conclusions to make. We are forwarding the e-resources to be used by communities, we are providing the training, and we are promoting the digital solutions. Whatever I am describing now is something that you can immediately implement in your communities overnight. It's the largest platform. We are happy and proud to have over 2 million users. 767 communities are using our platform, which is over 1/3 of all communities. All of the services are free of charge, and also you can get and launch it. And we are going to introduce the local petitions, the local budget, the school-related local budget, and also the app, the mobile app, where you can use the smartphone to pinpoint the problems to be submitted for the consideration of authorities. But what is most important, democracy is an important part of the huge ecosystem, which is called SWI. Here you have the examples of comments and feedback. Please take my word for that, they're all positive. The SWI platform covers the broader view of all services, and we brought them together into one ecosystem. Ecosystem means that all of the tools and instruments are interacting with each other, providing the added value. This is the chatbot on Viber and Telegram. So the chatbot could be used by the communities. Also, the e-waiting line at the Center for Administrative Services, you could use the chatbot as well to get the electronic services. Also, the constructor of websites for communities, that's a great thing to have, because communities will not have to outsource their website developers. And also there is the integration with the electronic democracy platform. So all of the projects and services that I have described before could be also integrated here. You could use the chatbot, register them. And also the mobile suitcase. You probably know this thing. This is the good thing to have. I strongly advise and encourage all communities to try it and to use it, because this is something that reduces the distance from the center of the community with the remote places 13 to 15 kilometers away from the center. So these are the positive feedback comments from our clients. And now let me announce the conclusions. This is the most important part. For 8 years of implementing the e-governance platform, I could conclude the following. Digitalization, this is something that brings you benefits, the benefits for your community, and you can feel it quite fast because all of your decisions will be optimized. These are the e-logs and other tools that will reduce the workload on your staff, because we know that at the moment local self-governments are overloaded, there is shortage of staff. It's important to help them through digital tools. Then the second conclusion, digitalization requires resources, not always financial resources, but more human resources. But the people who are going to support the databases and the registers, this is something that needs to be taken into account. People are the most important resources. The people who are implementing and incorporating the digitalizing platforms, they should feel the support, and they must be supported by the authorities to help them support the users. The implementation of the e-solution or an e-platform is just step one. We need to remember that the support and backup of the platform and the structural approach to the digitalization projects on the grounds is crucial. What is also very important is to communicate about the available tools. What are you going to get in return? You are going to get better communication and more solid trust and confidence from your citizens. I actually have several cases from Ukraine to share where the members of parliament in the one-mandate districts after the elections, when they won it, they were saying thank you for the public participation, because this was the tool that helped them being promoted and elected eventually. Therefore, I believe this is the important thing to have. However, if we think about the future prospects for the country, we all are aware of the fact that the recovery of Ukraine cannot go without public participation. So I encourage you to promote these solutions and use them. It is important that these platforms will be combined among each other. They will be interacting and there will be high interoperability to make sure that the country of Ukraine gets better with the help of public participation. Thank you, Victor. Then I would like to pass the floor to Mikhailo Leichko. Please show my presentation on the screen. Thank you to the organizers for the right question to ask. I'm representing the Center for Innovations Development. You can check the slide to see the areas of our activity. These are the principles that we promote. This is local economic development. This is database management and administration, e-democracy, and digital transformation and development. And this is the great story to continue the messages of the previous speaker. When we talk about the roadmap that was presented today, currently we are developing two tracks jointly with the ministry. This is the EDEM track in the DREAM system, which implies the high level of participation of citizens joining the recovery effort, and also the activities focusing on the sectors, and also the municipal statistics or local statistics management and administration, because communities also need to understand what they have available, but also they need to understand how to use e-solutions to communicate and to build their development strategies and all things related.
Settlements, we can vividly see what is happening with the entire process. There is no road repairs. There are no e-services supporting the life of people. Therefore, today we need to understand that the key data generators, the data that could be used for the housing stock, for the land cadastre, for the urban planning, and demographic processes, development of economy in terms of the people, self-employed people, centered approach. So all of this is the data that is generated on the level of the settlements. Then we want to centrally integrate it to the level of municipal statistics, when the community will be able to use some national platform for the collection and management of that data, or they could develop the platform for their needs that could be customized. That's not relevant. What is most important is that each community has equal access to their data generation and management. So we, as the public, as international donors who would like to see and compare the communities, we need to use the same methodology to compare them and to analyze them. On the other hand, with the help of the municipal statistics, we could help communities access the data generated in the central authorities. This includes the property rights register, land rights register that is generated on the national level, and others. The municipal statistics could also resolve the issue with the gaps between data, including the sectoral distribution for environment management, healthcare, or education. On the basis of that, the municipal statistics could also become the instrument of decision-making on the grounds based on the data as a confirmation and evidence. When we go and come discuss the public budget, we could use very simple terms and numbers to discuss things and to make the decisions to improve the territorial community in the long run. This is the concept stage. We are going to work actively to develop it further. We can see the timeline in the roadmap. They are pretty tight. We're supposed to finalize this project by the end of Q2 of the next year. So should you have any cases, or should you be willing to join the effort, you're welcome. The only tool that we tested about the economy of the communities that could be developing on these tracks, it implies that the community should not only have the data, but they should have the capabilities and capacity to work with these data
certain things, the tools that could help analyze that data. As soon as we generate the data, it doesn't resolve the issue and doesn't help the management. We should be able to analyze the data, so we need to enhance the capacity of communities to work with these data and to process it properly. Also, I need to mention that there are different public and private systems, and I use the example of the state register that could be used for modeling anything, but these are the ramified system using different management systems and approaches. The next case is an important step on the way to the democratic recovery. We are currently in the business process modeling stage that we mentioned in the beginning, when we are going to act based on the actual data and needs of communities rather than intuitively. You can see that over 60% of local self-governments are ready to have public discussions with the communities for project implementation and for their planning, which is very important as well. As of today, we highlighted and identified 6 functions for the electronic democracy model. This is about the activization of citizens, about submitting proposals, e-voting and e-polling, also team building, and this will help discuss the projects and also prioritize the projects, because this process is quite complicated per se. As we can see, and now with the Dream Team and RISE team, we were doing the discussions and the data analysis, and this is the conclusion that we reached. Therefore, we identified this function. Also, it is very important that the civil society and communities could learn their lessons based on the cases coming from other regions. This is an important track to focus. We keep a timeline that was set, therefore we expect that in December we will start writing the terms of references, and as we agreed with the Dream Team, in the spring 2024 we will be ready to publicly present the outcomes, the technical solutions, the access modes, the options to connect the external systems, such as we have in the eGap or other aspects. So this is the public work that we do, and the democratic process of recovery and reconstruction is crucial to the modernization of the new country of Ukraine. Thank you. Should you have any questions, I will be happy to take them. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Людмила Кравченко, Director of the Department of Interaction with the State Authorities. You're welcome.
Dear participants of the conference, for many years I am working as expert in development of norms. If some 5 years ago I was told that design of a norm, a legislative act, and all the process of discussion and approval would be digital, I would have never believed in it, because huge number of papers to design, to discuss, to improve is always huge. Digitalizations improve the situation, and authorities manage it to switch to digitalization. And this process that allows to making quick decision digitally in February and March last year enabled us to preserve the government. If at that difficult time we were working with papers, we would not be able to manage everything within the 10 circumstances. When talking about bodies of self-government, I mean all of them, both big communities in big cities and small communities. But not all of them have equal rights, make same kind of decisions, approve the same things, but their residents require same services, require same consultation. For small communities, it is difficult to understand that digitalization is the way out for them. And then what we get, each community condemns its leader. How did you make the decision? What you meant by that? This possibility of digital observation of entire process, to see all this process digitally, openly, allows one to say to communities, you see, everything is transparent, is open, quickly, you also can take part in decision. What Ministry of Infrastructure is working on? One of the issues they're thinking how to strengthen and renew informational resource Decentralization Gov.ua that will allow to collect best practices, best examples of solutions that will use them as modalities that allow all governments to use it. One practical example, to allocate a land plot to same person who lives in Kherson Oblast or in Zakarpattia Oblast, this algorithm, this process should be the same. But there is always a precedent, court precedent. In one region there were certain legal circumstances, in the other region maybe legal circumstances were different. So we should collect all those options of decisions taken where you can submit us your example. What would you like to have as models, as model solutions that will serve for you as an instrument that you can review and avoid mistakes in your decision. Second thing is more complicated. Is our problems of mutual exchange with government registers of executive authorities, administrative services provided by local self-government. The new law on administrative procedure has been approved, and soon it will become effective. Both local authorities will be able to use it and use procedure prescribed there. There is also a desire to organize exchange between all registers, all information communication system that the state possesses. For a citizen to get a particular service, not to bring papers to one institution, to social department, and you must bring same papers to pension department and so on. This is the problem for all administrative service that people get. This is second block of issues that we want to work upon. And third issue, control, no matter how fearful this word sounds, control over legality of acts taken by local government. There is a draft law in Parliament that committee is reviewing. There is a wish to regulate all these issues, to have similar approaches to control legality over decisions taken by local government and interpret comparability with the decisions that administration is taking, because they have a bit different procedure for registration and monitoring of legality. So, group that is working in the ministry believe that another step that should be used, a potential of artificial intelligence. People even of older generation still want it, because everybody wants to feel young. How we can use AI in particular cases that were resolved properly and to model of these cases to other cases in community. Thank you. Thank you, Ludmila. I invite Kristina Zelinska, Head of Department of Regional Development. I welcome you all. I also represent a civil society organization, agency for development. Our task is to create for Ukraine, for territorial community, for regions, the system that will allow us to resolve key tasks, monitoring and assessment of implementation of state policy. Now we are discussing how digitalization helps us to achieve goals set. But to simplify all that, decentralization means equalization of balances, create the environment where citizens will have access to high quality and accessible services. People's power will be sure through the instruments mentioned by you before. And it will be pleasant to make investments. It will be nice to live in this country, and it will be a good country to come back to. Our system means to combine interest of the state, level of central government, and level of territorial community. Our system is a part of ecosystem of decisions in recovery system, digital systems that Ministry of Reconstruction is working and others. We are including all that under one umbrella, IDRIM. But the essence of our information system is that we should fulfill an auxiliary function when planning, restoration and recovery, and the key function of monitoring and assessment through digitalization. So what are the key functions of our system? Our system is developing according to the existing norms of legislation. We have three top-level tasks. First, to create a single window system. We collect information about territorial, communal, oblast, different blocks of information that are important to develop a certain picture of social development of status. In other words, we integrate this system from different official state systems, different registers, to generate system which will be relevant for planning spatial development system and regional development documents. These are strategies at the level of state to governmental regional strategy, strategy at the level of communities. These are strategies that are created. A lot of time was spent to design them, but they stay on the shelf covered with dust. But it should be a kind of landmark for certain territory, for certain officials who live it, for people who live there and want to invest in this territory. It is the document that defines key KPIs, key tasks, where we want to move, what we want to achieve, and what impact will be made to equalize the disbalance. The issue is that it's difficult to look for such documents, to read them. As a rule, they are 80 pages and more long, which are not actual instruments to monitor how our taxes are spent. Our task within our system that will be mandatory to fill in by all developers to include into the system all such documents as strategies, plans for implementation of strategies, level of oblast and level of communities at the level of territories that will be recovered. Our task is to make connection in state level and territorial level. Activities aim to resolve similar tasks in the territories having similar characteristics. Through digitalization of such future tasks, it will be easier to monitor, to follow, and see the trends for implementation of such tasks. And what is most important, to conduct monitoring and assessment what investments made impacted. We designed such a thing. Actually, it's not we. It's quite evident. Simple thing. Many experts speak about that. For us, it's not so important to understand whether someone is implementing tasks within deadline set. Not important is to get the effect, get the outcome from investment made by state or by oblast or community. How should we measure this effect? Now the ministry is developing renewed indicators of measurement of social economic development. Some of them will be used in order to conduct monitoring of impact of implementation of certain tasks. For instance, construction of a certain nuclear power plant, or new educational or healthcare institution, or investment, say, from donors, from state budget, into a big educational program in order that internally displaced person feel comfortable in the new place of residence. It's not objective infrastructure, but for comfort of people it is important. All these things impact something, the well-being of people or accessibility of some services. When creating some documents of strategies, their designers at the level of goals will define an indicator based on which you can monitor, follow whether there is a trend to growth or diminishing this indicator. That helps us, that helps investors and players. This is combination of different layers of information and the maps of the country. When talking about possibility of combining different layers of ruining and recovery, you see the trend. Comparison of different data collected by government based on procedure defined by law. Together with DREAM project, we demonstrate in interactive format how to use the system, how it looks like now. You can also see examples, several layers of data. For instance, how demographic situation was changing, how population migrated, depending on where most effective points existed. So it looks like population moves to the west. Integrating data on different communities in different places, we provide same information to all those who develop all strategies and planning documents. We digitalize all the documents. There will be hierarchical connection between state level and local level, and will allow to make monitoring and assessment how much money was spent and to what extent these tasks set by state or community were achieved. You will see facts, whether there is dynamics or maybe changes should be made in such planning documents. Thank you, Christina. We had 4 presentations about 4 systems. We had presentation of the ministry to what extent all that is important and how AI maybe in the future will replace the minister. But we want to discuss these issues. If you have a question, so please. I have a question regarding eDream. I entered it, and so, for example, a ruined school, to restore it, or to buy equipment and build kitchen at the rear. In your program, Do you have indication to which point of which planning document this or that item responds to? Because we have strategy, we have comprehensive program, we have recovery program, and we have concept of integrated development. Did you think about such a possibility to indicate regarding every proposals, do we have connection with strategic documents? Yes. Not we have it. You, as communities, you have this possibility. When all these projects are included into eDream, it's not the job of the ministry, it's a job of government bodies. If it is local government at the level of community, urban planning department fills it in. It fills in the profile of this community and downloads information. If a potential object requires purchase, we have integration with Prozoro procurement system as well. If there is a need to synchronize it with existing strategy, regional level or national level or territorial community, you can indicate it when filling in this descriptive part, but when mentioning definitions of the project, a budget in a project, financing of the project, there are 12 different chapters that each government body creates, and it is reflected in a part of particular project. If you end at a particular project and this information is not there, it's not because system doesn't allow to show it to you, but the relevant body didn't fill it in. You can find kindergarten Ruta renovated and opened for Independence Day. This is a showcase. All this object was included in eDream system from beginning to the very end. You can get in and obtain all information. It was financed by Lithuanian government. It is completed informationally in the perfect way. It's not the only one that you can use. As regards prioritization during design session and brainstorming, we talk to different international organizations and IFIs that set their requirements, have their standards for financing particular issues. We took them into account. They are also used when we fill project with data.
And when we talk about the contribution of the central authorities, so the Ministry for Recovery have recently passed their documents about prioritizing of certain facilities. The same that the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Education and Science, they also have their own priorities to fund various projects. Therefore, we upload them all into our ecosystem to make sure we could filter them and show these objects based on the prioritization used by various donors or various authorities. I would like to add some more details to your question. When we talk about the Program for Comprehensive Development, according to the law, whenever they are already adopted, they are uploaded into the register, and you can use the code of the community or the name of the community and find them. But our objective will be that the policies that identified as mandatory documents within these projects will be included into these ecosystems according to strategic objectives, areas of activities, and the attributes for the plans of actions for their implementation. We also have another new document, which is the recovery. Recently, as you know, the rules and procedures have been developed for the drafting of the recovery plans for the territories that require it, and these documents are a separate entity for the system, and they will also live their life in the system whenever they are developed. Therefore, in the profiles of communities, you could locate all of these documents after they are developed and adopted. They will be uploaded into the system and trackable the geoportal system with all of the data and documents that it generated will be publicly available at least by the end of March next year. Another objective that we are pursuing now, we are developing another system within the ministry, which is the GIZ of the urban planning cadastre on the national level. They should have digitalized the documents of urban planning, and also this information will be divided according to the community profiles. But we do not always show the interlinkage between them. But you can only do this when the documents are digitalized. I really like your digital approaches. I do favor them. But when the community has to develop 5 different documents, and then only one project is going to be eventually funded. And then, for example, there is one law enforcement officer who would like to get a promotion will come and try to dig deeper and ask, why are you funding this project? Do you mean the law enforcement officers who are going to inspect it? They could ask, why did you do this or that, otherwise than the other thing? This is very subjective. Well, it took me 8 months to go to the court on a daily basis as if I was employed there. So why they asked me, why did I make this step, not the other step, that according to that captain of law enforcement officer was better according to his subjective opinion. That's a very interesting, good discussion that we are having. All of the mega digital projects could really vanish into the thin air when one police officer would come and want to get a bribe or promotion and will be able to kill all of those efforts. So that's a very good and valid discussion. I am the moderator, you have to listen to me. So we need, for example, to get 500 billion, 50 billion will be donated, 450 billion will be private investment. How are we going to engage the private investment if during the recovery, even at this stage, the police officers would try and pressurize the community managers? How are we going to explain to investors that our great and cool, independent and autonomous recovery model for the country is going to work if some police officer could really create the barriers? Here I would like to add this, and Christina was right to say, and we did have multiple discussions about this, and we are now starting to work the system of municipal statistics. There is a very basic principle to follow. Everything is very nice digitalized in the country, but in different areas, tracks, and they are rarely related. So we have this notification or codification system by the regions when the state, the territorial community, the location could be codified. If we try when the codify the territorial communities properly in a proper manner during this municipal statistics project, according to how we generate the data by the types of communities, then your communities will be able to quickly connect this data to explain either to captains, to majors, or to generals, whatever they ask you about, how you actually made your managerial decisions, to prove that your decision is based on the data and on evidence. On the other hand, we are going to have a broad discussion about the budget programs, about the passports of projects when we do not codify them and we do not relate our activities to money. This you are discussing now. This is what you are raising now, actually. So we can adopt the general system, how to measure the performance indicators, and this could be done on the different levels, down to the level of the settlement or to the street in the certain neighborhood in the city. And then the level of the projects that we are going to have, it's going to have the module of the higher system for management. It will address this solution, and then Dream ecosystem will catch up with this, and it will automatically reflect what has been taken into account or not. But also the public opinion will support you in the correctness of your managerial decision. I have a question. How far this solution in the dream could secure you from this police officer? And then let's try to remember how the decisions shall be made to be protected from the arbitrary actions of the law enforcement. First, we need to collect the data, to analyze the data, then take the opinion of the expert and the community opinion, which brings you eventually to the decision. If the head of the community is making the decision on his or her own, which is the top-down approach with no data analysis, etc., then any law enforcement officer would be asking questions, even though this is also arbitrary, because their task, the law enforcement officer will have to check whether they stole the money or embezzled the money or not. But the decision-making algorithm is not in question. Well, the law enforcement in Ukraine would only come to inspect you when everything has been built and they start investigating. I have the universal precaution. Unfortunately, the objective data is something that will protect you. And all arbitrary action will have to be punished. But we need to remember about the tool of the public consultations. If the community passed the provision on public consultations and it's following them, whether it's the new version or the older version, whether it's the actual on-site consultations or online consultations, you can always use it to secure yourself. And you can always use it as explanation. You should remember about this tool on the e-democracy interpretation. There are about 800 territorial communities, small communities that have been united in this association. It's up to 40,000 residents. I represent healthcare area, so my question will be very logical. I'm grateful to Christina. She was the only one who demonstrated how certain indicators are using under 190 indicators of them. So my question is, what are the healthcare-related indicators? And I also have another question to all projects and to all participants and panelists. I fail to see any aspect related to the municipal medical statistics. So community-based decision-making should include this. For example, I'm the expert working with the e-health system. How do we pass managerial decisions on the community level based on the medical statistics? I cannot see anyone working in this area. I realize this is a complicated matter to address. But on the other hand, if you believe that the medical system is providing for all of these aspects, it is not. Questions such as the chronic diseases, the death rate, other medical conditions data. Most of communities do not have this data, and it is impossible to manage this process. The healthy human capital as a concept was mentioned only twice today. People need to have the capacity, need to work, but the community capacity or capability depends on the people living there, and they must be healthy and able-bodied. Unfortunately, most of the able-bodied citizens are currently fighting in the front. If they get back, God help them, able-bodied, that's great, but many of them will be returning with certain disabilities. I only heard the word medicine today one time. I have never heard any concepts related to health. You should relate it, this human capital, because the community level does not have any management tools for intervention in the healthcare. I'm open to cooperation, and if there are any outcomes and achievements, please share them. I would like to answer that. I do agree with you. Our territorial communities, well, you actually told us the lower number about the small communities. There are many more of them. But the point is that when we now research the approaches to the statistics, we have many gaps, especially in healthcare and education. The territorial community
only provide for the living cycle of the education facility. All of the other processes are centrally managed. There is no bilateral exchange of the data and processes. We need to move on a different track when the national level generates the data that shall be forwarded to the local level to enable decision making. We could be discussing the capacity. However, this is the objective of the government to develop such an instrument to have this capacity for managerial decisions. On the other hand, we should have this possibility, at least today, to work with the Excel files, with the sheets. Of course, there are many questions to ask about this, but let's not forget that the healthcare and education related aspects are very pertinent because the residents living in the community need to be receiving the healthcare services, but there is no data because even though people could be living there, the healthcare facility covering them would be attached to the location of another community. And when we can have the exchange of data with the relevant registers, etc., that could be a working solution. Otherwise, we do not have this chain of data exchange. Let's establish the working group to address these issues. Let's do this. It's not available. Thank you very much. I remember the next person was to ask the question. I represent the Department of Economy of the Vinnytsia Regional Administration. I would like to comment on the input of Ms. Christina, and I would like to say that I support that position, that we need to give a new life to the programs of social and economic development, because sometimes they have been developed just to rest in the desk. However, they need to be practical, and we need to have the discussions how to properly develop the KPI or other statistics indicators that could help evaluate and assess the outcomes and performance of the projects. However, I have a suggestion. Whatever we are discussing is partially implemented in the law, which is Article 20 of the Budget Code of Ukraine. In my opinion, the Ministry of Finance, when they were implementing these changes on the national and local levels, they passed several bylaws. Several fundamental shortcomings have been made and allowed. So this instrument that they suggested failed to become the relevant, efficient control tool. So maybe it's high time to raise this issue with the Ministry of Finance and to suggest a comprehensive solution, because it's ridiculous to have the situation when the budget funds are spent not within the perfect method, when we have so many indicators that do not indicate anything after all. And these are the fundamental problems I mentioned. And we cannot have the situation for the programs of social economic development that are not attached to the budget. This should be merged and consolidated. Thank you very much for your feedback and for the relevant proposal. We are doing our homework, but I do not claim we did it perfectly well, or I'm not saying this is the sample and the excellent model. At least we tried our best to use the available data. They are basically the same data to generate various documents for the budget track, for the strategic development track and recovery track. This is the same data. But I could only comment on that in more detail. Of course, it's very comfortable and convenient to sit here in the chair and do the talk. We also need to walk the walk. And this is what Mikhailo was saying. This is the problem with the data. We haven't had this culture of data collection in our country for a long time. Even the key statistics authority and agency, this is my personal humble opinion, they are using the outdated methods for collecting the data, such as demographic data, and we need to review many things.
рішення, зокрема бюджетні рішення, або рішення на залучення інвестицій, чи рішення на залучення грантових
Quite
коштів,
often when decisions are taken to get grant money, it should be based on the basis of real data. And we should launch an instrument for that. If we all combine efforts and achieve situation when our tax money is used for real problems, this data will be of highest quality. We are all interested of living in a developed country where it's nice to live and you have opportunities. Very last remark. In Ukraine, in different official government systems of collecting data, where there is process of collection, of validation, signature with keys, the indicators are not always relevant, especially in healthcare system, to assess impact from modest investment. Very often, data is collected, well, you can have certain claims regarding different data. You can manipulate with them. There is no aggregation of data that we need in our system. That pertains to level of community. As Mikhailo said before discussion, 1,100 different indicators is being collected at the level of the country, 100 at the level of region, and dozens at the level of community. But what we should do, the data from community are aggregated to level of region, then national level, in order that you can get into national system and then go down to little Ivankivka community. This is not utopia yet, but it's not realistic yet. We don't have it. We are integrated the data collected at the level of community and at the level of region and at the level of the country. When talking about level of region, data that statistics agency collecting, we are integrating this data through interaction with other systems. Register of damaged property, state register and physical and legal entities, register of court judgments, system launched by Ministry of Education, etc. Index of digital transformation launched by Ministry of Digitalization, but it's not the ideal that we want to achieve. For me personally, I will not depict beautiful clouds. I must say that we are realists. We realize that not all is ideal. There is a very hard road ahead of us. First of all, change the culture of collecting data and their accumulation and their correct use for managerial decision. What we want that the system is collecting historic data at the level of 3 years and help communities to model something. How was change of particular indicator density of population can change? So where urban planning must build more, where on the contrary building less is needed. Of course, everything will not be ideal, quite long. It will take time. Thank you. We have 2 more questions and then we shall finish. We are talking about community development. I'm community. Our community is taking part in all projects initiated by you. We are participants of beta testing of DREAM program. We got results, quite considerable results. I could be telling a lot about that. But talking about prioritization, Christina offered one of such mechanisms through complex restoration and recovery programs, where priority areas will be defined that should be implemented, included in the program. But there is other key instrument, integrated plan of spatial development that goes through a very difficult road of implementation. One of the stages of its development is public debate. It should be discussed and decided by community itself. If such a comprehensive plan, then somebody else, some boss will not be entitled to make decisions. I have proposal to a DREAM program. Development of strategic tasks for submitting project of strategic development through DREAM platform. This document requires considerable capital investment. Our community doesn't understand entirely what for should you spend money from the budget for pack of documents for community, but this is a strategic document, an important document. Therefore, it would be very useful if through the DREAM platform we look for investors that will be able to help communities in development of urban planning documentation. Ministry of Restoration is preparing new architectural document and draft decisions that will be of help to you. Friends, we must finalize this session. I want to make brief conclusion. Digitalization will help to restore the country. AI will help us. Without Mr. Major, you can hardly do anything now. And this is minus. So glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes.
Працює. Всім добрий день ще раз. У нас зараз на черзі
Good
фактично остання
afternoon,
панель
everyone.
сьогоднішньої
We
конференції,
start the
яка
last
називається «Реформа
panel of
децентралізації
today,
дорожня карта». Панель буде присвячена
of
євроінтеграційним процесам
Decentralization
і як
reform.
вони
Will
впливають
be
на
devoted on
українську реформу децентралізації
Euro-integration
навпаки.
process, how it impacts decentralization reform and vice versa. I ask you not to leave yet. It is planned for 45 minutes only. I will moderate it. I'm Maxim Sikora. If guests, participants of this panel are ready, I'm glad to invite them to take their seats.
Пан Віталій Безгін, ви
Віталій
найбільш
Безгін,
активно поспішаєте
you're most active.
Будь ласка.
Hurrying up to
Віталій
speak.
Безгін, голова комітету з питань
Vitaly Bezgin, head of subcommittee on administrative territorial organization and local self-government of committee of Verkhovna Rada on organization of state power, local self-government, regional development and urban planning.
Ігор Коліушко,
He is participant number one. Igor Kolyushka, expert on constitutional and administrative law, head of the board of Center Policy and Legal Reform. Yuri Severin, director of Department of Regional Policy, Secretariat of Cabinet of Ministers. Tatiana Igorova Lutsenko, president of Ukrainian Association of Rayon and Oblast Councils. I welcome you. Tatiana mentioned that you were present from the very beginning. You traveled from far away, from Kharkiv. You have accumulated enough information. So, friends, what was mentioned today many times, the message that it's due to local self-government bodies, among others, Ukraine as a country could withstand during the first day of unprovoked aggression Russian Federation. The process TERRITORIAL started in 2014. Now this decentralization reform is providing its fruits, helping to understand more profoundly what is happening and what is expected in the future in the context of European integration. I remember the number of the law, 4298. Madam Azarhina mentioned this draft law. It is in the electronic format of roadmap. You can get it using QR code on your badges. So draft law 4290N. Vitaly Beskin is here, Igor Kolyushka. You are the person who is presenting this draft law in media, providing interview. If I'm not mistaken, it was you who mentioned 6th of December this law will be voted. No. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for invitation. Forum on decentralization, actually. We're talking about instruments all the time. Let us talk broader than draft law 4298, because we speak about Euro integration as well. I agree what moderator said. No doubt, decentralized model of governance in Ukraine facilitated resilience of our state at the start of full-fledged invasion. It's quite easy. Since the principle of making decision, also governmental decision, the security decision is decentralized, and it is taken faster than in aggressive country. Decentralization de facto has three tracks. First is general framework of reform, which is unchanged, which is Euro integrational from the start. This is normal practice for new country. Second, current challenges of martial law, of aggression period. We must regulate it the way that local self-government is capable during martial law as well. And third, full-fledged Euro integration that European partners require from us. What is symbolic a bit? We are here on the 7th of November. Tomorrow, 8th of November, we hope that European Commission will recommend start negotiations on EU membership with Ukraine, and tomorrow report of European Commission will be presented, having separate chapter on regional development and local self-government. That will be the basis, the landmarks for Euro integrational road. Now about draft laws registered in Parliament. I hope at least partially what is mentioned there will move us closer to EU. I hope that draft law 4298 will be there. Ukraine is one of the few countries in European continent that doesn't have supervision over legality taken by decisions of local government. The question is only model. Which model to use and what will be the status of head of administration? If we take European practice, if we take response of European Commission to request of experts, position of European colleagues uniform. Supervision must be conducted by a person serving to the state, not serving a political party. That means the head administration is not a politician, it should be a civil servant. Rationale and logic is understandable. As regards this draft law, we were supposed to close discussion with political stakeholders a month ago, and I hope that updated final version will be obtained on the 4th of December and agreed in close format. As regards Euro integrational track, it is the cooperation included in report European Commission from 2021. It was not a commitment, but we had not fulfilled it. We have not abided by this recommendation. 9450 draft law is not approved. Without its implementation to launch any process regarding viable interaction of our regions with partners from the European Union will be problematic. These laws must be compatible. When we adapt it, then there will be other problems. Our regions and communities are not capable to draft projects and prepare the proper way. They must be trained, and 2024 will be pilot. You mentioned draft law 4298. Any supervision in any country should have two aspects. Supervision from the top. The state is supervising legality, territorial integrity. You must stop if somebody wants to do something. But supervision from the bottom. Local government must be open and transparent in relation to its citizens who voted for them. And there are other projects of the laws that also should be included because they talk about transparency. And one important thing. Well, if you don't give me the floor later, I will take it myself. Topic which is maybe not so important as decentralization. Regional policy is even more important. Communities are being formed, but 1/3 of money of the European Union come in cohesion policy. When we are looking for the ways to fight with this balance, when we are trying to overcome the gap between the big and the small community, how to give services to their people. After the war, it will be more difficult. We should overcome the gap between eastern and western regions of Ukraine. Eastern region, they lost economic potential, human potential. Now it's economically unreasonable to develop industry there and overcome the gap with relatively safe western regions. Ukraine should get prepared for that. One of the persons who really understand it is sitting here. We must learn what to do with it. We must realize that each territory, near border territory, or territory where Kakhovskaya power plant disaster happened, or territories that are broken away from logistical roads, state policy should be developed in each of them. Is the state ready for that now? No. We should make huge homework in order that this parliament at least will understand that we talk with our European partners at the same level. Now I watched reaction of your colleagues who sit here, who listen to you. Igor Kolyushka has prepared a very interesting presentation. I saw it in advance, maybe it will be shown now. Tatiana, when Vitaly was telling about regions that are now affected by Russian aggression, Kharkiv region is near border, near front. Turkey. In fact, I love being in discussion with Mr. Benkin as representative association. We have many things to discuss. It's not my presentation, it's just comment. I will speak later. My feedback, I agreed with certain draft laws. We conducted discussion. One should not just say where we are moving to. forgetting about regions, that such regions, Kharkiv or Mykolaiv region, after the occupation. We should discuss how we shall finalize decentralization, what shall we do with them. There were a lot of discussion about a collection of personal income tax and other financial issues. There are towns that by end of the year that huge excessive money, not spent money by the end of the year. But in Mykolaiv region, for instance, they have no money at all. If they get at least some money from the towns and villages that have excessive money and spent money in their budget, that would be great help. Don't forget about such suffering regions. Igor Kolyushko, now it's your turn. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and possibility to share my thoughts. We are now discussing an action plan prepared by Ministry of Infrastructure regarding development of local self-government and territorial organization of power. Very topical issue. And plan of actions and activities sent to us is a very qualitative document, well prepared. What I didn't understand there. European integration topic is not mentioned there. It seemingly is present there. There are many questions regarding European integration mentioned there, but it's not mentioned there as a specific topic. I decided to demonstrate to you many things. We, civil society experts, are not taking part in negotiations with European officials, not with our government officials. We don't know how they decide things between themselves. What is European integration in local self-government, what is not.
We as experts have our own stance on that, so I really gave the title to this slide to focus on the distinctions in local self-government in Ukraine and in the EU member states. Some of the major differences highlight 8 items, and I believe we all need to think about them specifically. It doesn't imply that we need to copy-paste what the European Union has in that regard, but we need to find the well-thought decision and answer to these questions of why we need to change this thing and why we need to keep the other thing. First of all, we need to recognize the community as an administrative territorial unit. Some people say we need the changes to the constitution for that. The others claim that the amendments to the law on administrative and territorial order would suffice. I believe the answer is in the middle, but we will need to do this in any case. Another second important aspect is that the communities, but not the local self-governments, but the communities shall be the legal entities of public law. The authorities, the governments, they are the agencies working for that legal entity. Traditionally, we have been staying in the post-Soviet setting because we only have the governments, the agencies who are the legal entities, and they have the legal capacity. As a result, the Lviv City Council is taking to court the executive committee of the Lviv City Council, which is probably not the only case. Therefore, the official translation of the European Charter of Local Self-Government in that part is rather peculiar, because what is usually interpreted in other languages as community, as the group of somebody getting together, was translated as the local self-government body with us, which generates certain issues. Another important item is about the own income of local self-government and also the inherent and delegated powers. Most European countries do have these terms and concepts, which means if they had this number of inherent powers and this small number of delegated powers, we have it vice versa. We have few of the inherent powers and we have the other correlation. Well, some experts would explain it with the share of the inherent own income, but I think we should be finding the answers to that question from different perspectives. Another important aspect is about the membership in the community. If we recognize there is a community, then we should also give the answer to the question about who the community members are. Furthermore, maybe few people know in Ukraine that the European Union is entitled to give suffrage the local elections to non-citizens of the country, but they should be the citizens of the EU. The IFS experts claim that we need to introduce this aspect into our law, including the third chapter of the Constitution, and we will need to run the referendum to introduce this change into the Constitution. To incorporate this provision of the EU acquis, or maybe they will grant an exemption for us. We shall see. Another important aspect about the system of local self-governments, there are no collective bodies anywhere in the EU that we inherited from the Soviet Union, the so-called executive committees. We have discussed this a lot, that we need to reject this practice. Maybe the European integration is going to be the time when we are going to eventually have it. Also, we need to make distinctions between local and regional local self-government. There is no country in Europe to have the representative authority named local self-government, which we have for regional councils. In theory, and also in all EU member states, they make the distinction, the differentiate between local self-government and regional self-government. They have different objectives and the organizational structure. Another important aspect is about the state surveillance over the legality of local self-government acts. This has been discussed in detail with Vitaly, and I support him. We need to introduce that. And the last but not least is about guaranteeing the delivery of services to citizens in the event the local self-government is not available or is not capable. At this point, we do not have the answer what is going to happen if a local self-government body loses the quorum, disappears, stops functioning, or is dissolved because of the unconstitutional actions or other reasons. Our law does not offer the answers to this question, and it is a difficult question to address, which might require the changes to the Constitution. But this aspect is especially pertinent for us today in the context of the deoccupied territories. And another important statement and message of my speech is about the following. I will try to be brief. Today we are discussing the plan of actions for 3 years timeline, as the title implies, by 2027. So we might treat it as the set of tactical tasks, but usually there is a strategy about that we should have, but it has never been made public or announced. All of the art of politics means that the implementation of the tactical steps should not impede the implementation of strategic goals. This requires the development in the relevant order. The strategy cannot wait. The strategy must be drafted today, and we should not delay with this. And then when we choose the options for the tactical activities, they should be considered not in terms of the relevance of the today, but also in terms of the relevance of the long-term, 5 to 10 year long periods. So this is the set of objectives that we will need to address after the war, and this slide lists the potentially strategic objectives: changes to the constitution of the country, the full-fledged fine-tuned law on administrative territorial order, the new version of the law on local self-government that might include the law on the status local councillors, and also changes to the relevant codes, the law on regional development that will need to be regulated with a separate law, the law on prefects in place of the law on local state administrations, and other changes to the related laws. As to the tactical objectives and tasks to add to the list of plan of actions drafted by the ministry, which is quite good. But in addition, we could have the following. First of all, we have many shortcomings of the 2020 reform for the administrative territorial order, both at the level of the communities and districts. In our opinion, these shortcomings shall be addressed with the same approach as the reform was taking. After that, we need to enshrine them in the law to develop the complicated procedure of entering amendments and changes to all of these laws. Although, as far as I understand, the law has already been signed by the president. It hasn't come into force yet, right? It has come into force. I'm sorry, I apologize. So this changes the situation, in fact. Also, we need to think about the new methodology for assessment of the capable communities. We need to develop it separately. It has been mentioned multiple times. Another important issue to focus on is related to the fact that we are getting increasingly more territories that could be called depopulated territories after the deoccupation, because there is no one to definitely say when the people are going to return there, when the security is going to be secure there, and the housing will be available. Therefore, we need to find the solutions, how to organize self-governments in those territories, how we shall organize public administration in those territories. Of course, it's clear that we will not be able to establish the capable communities with 3,000 people at least, and with at least 20 kilometers, at most 20 kilometers to the center of service delivery. Jointly with the U-LEAD program, we are developing the options for such concepts, and they will be discussed in the near future during the roundtables run by the Center for Political and Legal Reforms. Vitaly Bezhin already promised that the law on the local state administration is progressing. And even though, well, this might be off record, but we would like to know what to expect and which version of the law we are going to have. We, as experts, we have our own proposals and suggestions for this law, how to improve it, but maybe the time will come when we will eventually meet and discuss and fine-tune this draft law together. And the last but not least, about the deoccupied territories. We have different opinions raised about how to organize the government in those territories. Some people suggest we need to have the civil military administrations covering the entire country whenever they need it. I do not think this is the best solution. Our expert opinion is that the deoccupied territories, in the future, all of the deoccupied territories could be divided into three parts in this context. There shall be the separate approach to the Autonomous Republic of Crimea because of their constitutional status of autonomy, because there is this factor of the Crimean Tatar people as indigenous people, as the local population. There shall be specific customized approaches. We shall have separate customized approaches for Donbass, for Donetsk and Luhansk regions, to be specific, because basically it's been 10 years now that they have been seriously affected, most of their part, of course, not all of their territory. They have been suffering the grave social trauma, and they require the transition period related to transition justice. And after this transition period, we will be able to restore the full-fledged local self-government. In other territories of Kherson, Zaporizhia, and Kharkiv regions that were deoccupied and will be further deoccupied, we believe they do not present the same risks, and it could take much faster to resume local self-governments there. That's why we need to differentiate between these types and categories of the occupied territories. And to conclude, I would like to say that we experts are somehow sometimes surprised with the timelines. When the law is passed, they say it shall be put into force 1 year or 2 years after the end of the martial law. To be completely frank, we do not understand why the law about the service in local self-government has been passed in this fashion, why the draft law in the version that was suggested by the Ministry of Infrastructure on 4298 extended to 2 to 5 years to enforce this law. Recently, the law was passed for the policy making, and even this article about the concepts of policy analysis, such as White Book and Green Book, it has been postponed 5 years after the law comes into force. It looks like everything is postponed to the times after us by the current members of parliament and the government officials. I do not think this is a well-justified approach, and we need to have a more differentiated position. What can be postponed and the things that could be implemented and enforced today shall be addressed today. Thank you to Mr. Kolushko. Actually, in fact, the title of this conference is the roadmap, which means that local self-government and civil society might get the answers with the specific timelines that have been set to this or that extent. Now, Tatiana, your job will be to provide the evaluation for this conference. How do you feel it based on the discussions from the position of the regional and the district councils, because you represent the relevant association? Thank you very much. I will get back to the topic of the conference, in fact, which is a critical topic. The reform of decentralization must be finalized, and the roadmap presented today is one of important ways to have better understanding about future steps. Of course, we are saying that today the roadmap is probably not the final version. I'm certain it's going to be fine-tuned additionally. But when we are moving to EU accession, which is the focus of this panel, we need to understand that decentralization is the reform that we must finalize and deliver. If we talk about the roadmap, basically it didn't give any specific cases about the regional and district councils that I represent today, but I'm sure the process is underway to be reflected in the draft laws and in the discussions of our relevant dedicated committees, so I'm not going to dig deep into that topic of the significance of district and regional councils. But what I liked, especially in the input of Vitaly Bezgin, we were talking about communities. Community is a very important level of local self-government, but if we are on the EU track and we are expected to be the reliable partners with other EU member states, all of the institutions there, they are called the regional and local councils, the committees of European regions and cities. Therefore, the importance of regions in our country is unquestionable as the level of local self-governance. Our association, of course, would support the three-level approach, which is debatable. However, we are not here to discuss this. It's still underway. But, of course, the district councils will have to operate by 2025, and they need to prove their necessity and their significance in local self-governments to prove their right to be part of local self-government in our country. If we talk about the EU track, I need to say that we have some important achievements and outcomes, and the dedicated committee in particular is taking part in the meetings of the European Commission in Brussels, and our regions can already boast of some positive cases that could be used in our reports. In the recent session in Brussels of the Committee of European Regions, which is the session 157, they discussed the Ukraine-related aspects for the regions, and they had a very serious focus on that, and the plan for Ukraine that was mentioned by Mr. Kanderi, the head of the Committee of Regions, is very important. And we as representatives of regional authorities must follow that track. And we need to be active in Brussels. And I encourage all heads of the regional authorities to join local authorities, including. What does this mean? It means that in the near future, in the coming year, we need to get the official observer status in the Committee of Regions that helps us get access to the sessions and meetings of the Committee of Regions, and we have had these cases for other ascending countries, and also this is the important step that should also be supported by the regional and local authorities. And also our regions that already have international partners understand that this is a tedious and important work that must be done on a daily basis by each of us in their relevant functions to be accepted to the EU, to be full-fledged member state. I'm certain that our country is not there only to borrow the experience, but we can also share our own experience, because local self-government of our country has proven to the rest of the world that we can defend our territories with the help of the armed forces of Ukraine. Our heads of communities and regions, they have not fled, they stayed in their jobs and do their best to bring our victory closer. So I'm certain that the European regions have many things to learn from the Ukrainian regions.
As regards draft law 4298, I thank committee for inviting us to hearing in Strasbourg format. All associations of our country were present there at this discussion. It was a fruitful work, and we came to conclusion that prefect should exist for finalization of decentralization, at least. We associations voted. Anyway, local self-government is not afraid of analysis of legality of decision taken by them. This is a normal European approach, that prefecture office will have such powers. In that case, local councils will think more carefully and take a very serious approach at it. Same with prefects. If they abuse their powers, maybe go to court in abusive manner, sanctions will be applied to them as well. At least that's what we propose to this draft law 4298. One thing more. As regards budgets, I want to comment the situation from this relocated Kharkiv region. The revenues will be shared with the Kharkiv. This is a positive case. I think if Kharkiv, well, it's an emergent situation. In the opposite case, Kharkiv would share with Zakarpattia same way. Yuri Severin, I will ask you to cover one specific aspect of European integration. Back in 1998, Verkhovna Rada ratified European Charter of Local Self-Governance. Since that, the process of cooperation started at near border region, transboundary cooperation. So, at what level is the transboundary cooperation? And could it be a kind of model later to extrapolate it for entire territory? What you do there? If possible, a brief comment to Tetiana. It's true, your oblast, Mykolaiv oblast, number of others who are in hard conditions, where active hostilities are taking place or they were occupied, you lost great part of your financial resource. More successful Hromadas, communists can share with you, but that should be the joint decisions of these communities. there should not be a centralized decision on that. There was this discussion held at government level. We cannot force them to make the decision. Maybe you can communicate with them. But to balance it somehow, you know, this year Ministry of Finance and government approved the decision about additional compensation to such communities as regards revenues from personal income tax. Each quarter of the year, the community gets some compensation. Of course, that doesn't cover all the deficits that they have. There are certain tax benefits for areas of active hostilities, but still their financial situation is quite difficult. So let us hope that they will be deoccupied as soon as possible and the situation will improve. This is the comment to creation of rich and successful communities. If we continue this topic of occupied territories or territories that conduct hostilities, I want to emphasize again that we are here due to successful work of our armed forces. Special representative of government of Germany, Mr. Milbrand, it's no secret when decentralization capable communities and our citizens see the possibilities that people have. They're used to practical things that they have in that hospital, roads, the indicators that European integration process require. They promote development, and that will be incentive for people to come back to the occupied territories. People come back to territories having infrastructure that allows them to work full-fledged life and work. The question on cooperation that you mentioned, transboundary cooperation, starting from 2024, Ukraine is part of the TERRITORIAL program, the biggest cooperation program that exists, that will be engaged into the work. It's being transformed. It will not be cooperation of direct territories that are located near the border from one side or the other side, but rather cooperation between the territories. They don't have common boundary that ministry is working upon. It was approved in 2020, and changes to the law and regional policy adopted last year force us to review the strategy. I know that the work is going on. It would be good to synchronize all this document and come to joint conclusion that will allow us to create multi-level system of governance, ensuring both local development and capability of relevant territories, and planned development of entire state for Euro integration. Thank you, Yuri. Friends, few minutes questions and answers are left. Vitaly Bezhin is in a hurry to go back to Parliament to work on decentralization. If you have questions to him, ask him first and we shall let him go. Please introduce yourself. I'm Vitaly and I ask question to Vitaly. I'm from Center of Legal Reform. I will be happy if Tatiana also gives the answer. In context of integration, which measures should be taken for our regions to be more competitive, be able to compete with European regions? In conditions when Ukraine becomes a full-fledged member of EU, it will be a very topical task. Just look. I couldn't hear your question very well, but you meant what measures should be taken to make Ukraine regions competitive. As of today, we had off-site meetings of members of committee with partners promoting draft law 9450. There are several issues. In parallel, a presentation of platform cities to cities has been made about cooperation. Model is demonstrated how to establish all that. What we achieved during last event in near border Yavori to implement joint tasks, Ukrainian regions should agree between themselves. We have huge problems in the east, in Kharkiv, in Kupiansk rayon. They cannot withstand competition. Not only they had partners previously in the territory of Russian Federation, and there is nobody to cooperate on that now. As regards training needed, from the point of view of systemic development of the state, it should be the task of Agency of Regional Development. But what we have with such agencies now, they are rather dead than alive. They are trying to do something maybe in 4 or 6 regions. Law allowed them to provide paid services, but still there are certain obstacles remaining at the level of legislation. And there are questions regarding political approach to appointment of leadership. If 6 agencies at least start working, that will help us to expand it to other regions. But now it's moving very, very difficult. How Poland was working during integration, what is happening here, there are 2 big differences. Honestly speaking, heads of regional authorities believe that Agency of Regional Development should be a person loyal to them, that gets salary and doing nothing. If you don't change this approach, there is no chance to move all that. That was a question to Vitaly only. Who wants it?
Трошки позитива внесу, дивіться.
I will add some positive
Позитива внесу
things.
якого, дивіться.
Just
Брюссель і
look.
Страсбург доволі
Brussels and Strasbourg,
непогано, як на мене, як голову асоціації і голову регіону, приймає наші регіони, приймає, залучає до участі.
they engage our regions and accept our regions quite positively. What Mr. Bezgin says, either we learn ourselves or we help or learn from each other, from community to community, region to region. That should understand that we need cooperation with European regions. We must travel to them, although it's difficult. Committee of European Regions is ready to help our regions to open offices. Zakarpattia, Lviv. That is very important for them. Committee of European Regions, when they see that our regions slowly open their offices, have representation, conduct talks with the regions, local self-government for Europeans is a key issue. We must realize it for ourselves, in our head, and establish this work. It was mentioned quite correctly how financial assistance should be used, European funds and facilities, not whether which region doesn't understand how to get this money for their region. This is the home task that we should make. Important in 2024, Ukrainian will be the co-chair together with their president. This is also a very important step. They are ready to support our representation in the Presidium, and there will be Vice President from Ukraine. This is our joint work of central bodies and regional authority. We have many pluses and we should move them further. One remark In addition,
підтягати конкурентоздатність і як взагалі вчити.
how to raise competitiveness and how to learn. Starting from January 1st, Ukraine and Moldova in Interreg Europe will work in joint project of regional cooperation. I hope that Ukraine will not be so successful next year, but it will get experience. Only through launching joint project with international partners that will become possible. Only one remark. I would rather use the experience of the countries who became members of EU later, Poland or Lithuania. I don't want insult some European countries, not all European countries, as regards work with local government and bureaucracy. In fact, they are not all effective. More question. Anatoly Tkachuk, a remark to roadmap. It's not a question, it is a remark. Very briefly, please.
Приймати постанов про визначення
To adopt decree on defining functional types of territories without preliminary modeling. Second, don't make any decisions regarding redistribution of personal income tax revenues without modeling. And third, to resolve the problems of asymmetry of payment given to different civil servants. There couldn't be difference in salary 20 times. If there are responses, please, you can react. Your proposals are very pertinent. As a result, modeling, of course, without modeling, any decision is no sense. What inspired Anatoly, maybe yesterday discussion, approaches to personal income tax calculation without modeling and understanding how it will impact redistribution across the territory, what will be the balance. We are basing our decisions from the ceiling. Talking about asymmetric salaries, things are not so easy. There is another rudiment. We have a special service in the state bodies that doesn't allow to remove asymmetry. If you go to the level of Rayon Center, there is asymmetry between work of local government and administration that moves people from civil service. Was one more question? No? It is exhausted. Okay. Friends, if there are no questions, we finish this panel. I thank all participants. It was quite emotional, significant, and very pertinent. You just hit the point. Thank Vitaly Beskin, head of subcommittee of parliament. Thank you for your emotions. Thank you, Igor Kolyushko, expert on constitution administrative law, Center Political Legal Reform, Tatiana Igorova-Lutsenko, Chairman of Association, Yuri Severin, Director, Department of Regional Policy, Cabinet of Ministers Secretariat. Maxim Sikora was your moderator, and I gave the floor to Mariana Semenishin, Deputy Head of Department of Sustainable Development Utilities Europe. She will moderate the final part, where we summarize results of the conference, reform of decentralization roadmap.
Нічого не залишайте. Але я сподіваюся, що ви, колеги, залишатиметеся на своїх місцях, тому що ми будемо продовжувати без майже жодних перерв. Єдине прохання уточнити, чи пан Бланк на зв'язку з нами.
Dear friends, we cannot have breaks, so we shall continue. I just need to make sure that Mr. Blanc is here with us.
I am online. I can hear you, I can see you. I am here. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Бланк з нами на зв'язку, ми бачимо вже.
We can see Mr. Blanc with us. He's connected. We can see and hear him. Dear colleagues, let me announce our concluding panel discussion, and I would like to invite Ms. Alexandra Azarkina, the Deputy Minister for the Communities and Territories Development. Thank you for staying us for the whole day. And also we have Mr. Gabriel Blanc with us online. He's representing the European Commission, and he is the team leader for reconstruction at the DG NEAR, which means Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations Focus. I need to explain the wider focus because this is the directorate that is in charge with the neighborhood and negotiation policy. And I'm extremely happy to welcome our today's speakers because we are combining two important aspects, the reform of local self-governance and European integration of Ukraine. Let me announce right from the beginning to all of the participants staying here in the room to prepare the questions because we are going to have short but dynamic discussion. We need to keep you in focus and we would like to take all of your questions. Please be prepared. Meanwhile, I would like to ask my first question to Ms. Azarkina. This discussion is one of the concluding stages of the lengthy process that was launched by the Ministry for the Development of Communities and Territories in the beginning of this year. It was a series of events and activities
інтеграція. Саме цьому був присвячений і останній мій слайд. Так, ми дійсно розуміємо, що запропоновані нами рішення, вони вже будуть тією частиною, яка безпосередньо пов'язана з вступом України в ЄС. Вже зараз ми передбачили синхронізацію нашої дорожньої карти із українським планом. На жаль, чи на щастя, там 3 ключових блоки, які ввійшли в рамках так званих індикаторів в український план, і це вже згаданий 4298, це законодавчі ініціативи щодо розмежування повноважень, це також розвиток місцевої демократії. Окремо в блоці, який стосується не безпосередньо децентралізації, але які стосуються фінансових реформ, є і про ПДФО, про те, що сьогодні не раз згадувалося. Тобто ми дійсно тут, знаєте, з одного боку просту вправу зробили, 2027 рік, синхронізація з Державною стратегією регіонального розвитку, синхронізація з планом України, той самий горизонт планування для нас. Хочу також зауважити, що стратегія там теж згадана. Якраз є там напрямок, який передбачений для нас розуміння змін з Конституцією. Але, мабуть, головний висновок для мене сьогоднішньої нашої зустрічі, таких глибоких обговорень, рамка, яку задає дорожня карта, здається, не викликає суперечностей. Ми дійсно з 38 зауважень пропозицій, які надійшли, 34 врахували. Тобто це, можна сказати, консенсусний документ. Правильний напрямок роботи з такими широкими консультаціями, коли з одного боку ми почали роботу ще в лютому. Дійсно, тільки з'явилося об'єднане міністерство, багато викликів. Перш за все виклики, як якраз тут синхронізувати те, що ми називаємо політиками, відновленнями, розвиток місцевого самоврядування, розвиток регіональної політики. Другий момент, зараз ми підійшли до тої синхронізації програмних документів. І я би хотіла анонсувати, щоб якраз таки, особливо в наступному році, ми змогли заглибитися по кожному напрямку. І дійсно пішли вже в деталі всього, що стосується і фінансової спроможності, всього, то, що стосується і реформ державного територіального устрою, щоб дійсно ми могли з вами побудувати прямий діалог навіть в тих питаннях, там, де поки що консенсусу у нас немає. Дякую. В тому числі і це, і тут я насправді б дуже хотіла би отримати пропозиції від колег і партнерів, але тут кілька моментів. Окрім такого певного заглиблення, ми також домовилися співпрацювати з делегацією Європейського Союзу в Україні для того, щоб актуалізувати так звані секторальні робочі групи. Ми погодили якраз таки, здається, 24 листопада нову секторальну робочу групу, на якій ми будемо говорити вже не просто по дорожній мапі, яку сьогодні ми проходили, але фактично по операційному плану. І тут для мене дуже важливо, щоб ми стали з вами співучасниками цього процесу і кожен міг взяти на себе якийсь свій клаптик відповідальності. Фактично вже зараз проекти техдопомоги, різноманітні громадські організації, експертні організації вже таке роблять. Але нам потрібні політичне, публічне зобов'язання, щоб ми дійсно могли цей прапор разом нести і кожен розумів, який сектор для втілення реформи може бути відповідальності конкретних команд, конкретних експертів. Бо погодьтеся, спільнота людей, яких можна назвати децентралізаторами, вона і невелика, і не мала, але вона дуже проактивна, вона дуже освічена, вона дуже віддана цій тематиці. І я впевнена, що 99% людей, які працюють в цій тематиці, знають один одного, довіряють один одному. І зараз просто треба зробити ще один крок назустріч один одному і дійсно довести до розуму все, що ми тут разом наобіцяли. Дякую.
Зараз, насправді, враховуючи, що консультації вже тривали доволі довго, ми нагадуємо, що є документи всі за посиланням. Усі документи щодо дорожньої карти є на офіційному сайті міністерства. Відповідно, ми просимо ще тиждень отримати, власне, зауваження, пропозиції від всіх стейкхолдерів. І далі ми будемо готувати документ на узгодження з центральними органами виконавчої влади і будемо пропонувати уряду для затвердження розпорядження. Разом з тим, я розумію, що базовий підхід до моніторингу виконання, він такий класичний, як будь-які рішення уряду. Однак я б тут теж хотіла би, щоб ми і неформальні додаткові інструменти зробили, зокрема, разом з делегацією ЄС в рамках роботи по нашій секторальній робочій групи, щоб ми цей документ тримали в фокусі і разом його моніторили і просували. Я думаю, на цьому можемо завершувати. Я дуже ще раз вдячна усім, хто долучився до сьогоднішнього заходу, усім, хто до фінальної панелі долучився. І разом до праці. Дякую.